Present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia Vidiasis. She is on official business, Mr. Chair, attending the 4-H Volunteer Leaders Association of the Philippines Convention and Community Immersion in Tagum City from October 3 to 5, 2017. Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal, present. Honorable Jose Serranyola, present. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro, present. Honorable Mila S. Derakid Arroyo, absent. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr., absent. Honorable Silito S. A. Del Rosario, absent. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo, present. Honorable Ray and Cedric Girintoy, present. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo, present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr., present. The Honorable Del Rosario is already around, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a quorum.
There being a quorum, the 61st regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlunsod is now formally called to order.
Pray.
As we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom from the compassion. Give us the understanding heart and will give us the foresight of the give us the courage and strength to do what is good. Give us the facility of boundaries and unity others. Make us worthy of the servants of
Tabansang awit.
Bayang Magiliw, handa awit. Kalas ng silanganan, alaw ng puso, sa libid mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, luyan na ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingin, sa dagat at bundok, sa sikoy at sa langit mong lugar, may dinagang tula, awit sa panlayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y kanumpay na nagbibig, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, aking pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na ka, may mag-aapi, ang mga tayang dahil sa'yo.
Again, good morning. We wish to acknowledge the presence of Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. The Secretary will please take note. Next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Diyos Marinaga, sa satuyang namamayo, honorable sa Nelson Ligasyon, mga pag-ilibang konsihales, mga bisita na po ngunyan, ayaw ng satuyang City Director, Colonel Panganiban, sa Gabos, mga counterpart me, ang namamayo po kang Oscar, si Miss Lourdes Saison. Mr. Chairman, nagtindog po ako ngunyan, dahil ang issue ngunyan sa tuya sa Naga, ang issue sa pagbakal ng mais, asin paroy. Ang presyo dati na nag-expect ang mga parauma, nag-expect sila na mababakal siya ng 13.50 to 14 pesos or 13 pesos. Pang nakaagi ng tulong simana hanggang ngunyan, Mr. Chairman, nag-aabot na sa presyo kang 9 hanggang GIS. Maray na swerte na po kung bakalon siya ng 1050. Yun po yan ang sitwasyon mo niyan. Ang hapot po, may magigilibo daw ang lokal na gobyerno kang syudad dahil po ini sa pagtubod ko, kasalan ini kang national government. Pero dahil na po kita magturog doon. Ang pagtubod ko, may magigilibo po ang lokal na gobyerno kang syudad. Ang pinakainot po sigurong step na pwedeng gibuhon ta, ngunya na aldaw, Mr. Chairman, magporma kita ng sarong komitiba na mahiling kaning problemang ini. Considering, Mr. Chairman, higwang 1,300 to 1,500 more or less na nagtatanom ng mais. Iyo po yan ang sitwasyon tango niya. Nagtatanom ng mais, i-assume na ng 1,500 hectares. Kung mawawaran po siya ng kita ng sarong ribo, that is 1.5 million. Kung 10 mil, that is 15 million. Pero kung ang sarong hektarya mawawaran ng 15 mil, takulaw na bagay yan, Mr. Chairman. Kaya ang pagtubod ko, Mr. Chairman, ining 1,500 na hektarya, o ini yung 2,000 hanggang 3,000 na nag-aasa sa mais, kay puhan, magibuan taning kadikit na posibleng solusyon na pwedeng maitabang. So sa regular na sesyon na ini, Mr. Chairman, naghahagad ako ng suporta na magmukna kita ng sarong task force para masimbagan ang problemang ini. Ako ko, Mr. Chairman, dahil pa ako preparado kang sa kuyang resolusyon na pwede ipasar, pero nahihiling ko ang solusyon luman sa sinabi ni Councilor Salvador del Castillo kan sa muyang pag-meeting kasugma, kaya ba po si Councilor Miles, and the other one is pag-urulay mi po kasugma, Councilor Nene, na pwedeng may maitaong solusyon. Especially hagadong ko ang tabang kang honorableng parauma na hali sa Kararayan, si Honorable del Castillo, Mr. Chairman. Good morning and salamat po.
Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. Any other privileged speech from the... Yes, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues. Dahil po ko avail ng privileged time today because I told the group that I will not. But since igwa po ning malaog na pag-iriba ang sangguniang palunsod, iniupuan mga senior citizens officials, and considering na ako po saro naman na senior citizen, so I'm availing of this privileged time to welcome all the senior citizen officials for 2017 in the city of Naga. Hopefully, this month, the tenure of our colleagues from the senior citizen will be fruitful for the whole month of October, and maging marayrahay na eksperyensya para sa satoy mga pag-iriba sa senior citizen ang maging party kan sangguniang palunsod. Thank you very much and good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. If no other member of this body is availing, yes, Councilor Greg Abonal. But before that, I wish to acknowledge the presence of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, and the guests here, those who will join us a little bit later, and those who are here. Nagsisinyasan po kami ni Councilor Baldemor at ngunyan po Children's Month, ma-privileged speech da siya. Ako, sige, tamasunod tulos ako, tama-privileged speech man ako para sa mga children ones. Si elected senior citizens officials, Mr. Chairman, nag-oath-taking na po sila, and therefore officially they have assumed the office. But they will be able to join us only at the proper time here. Sana po na inutid itong pagtukaw ninda na makabali sinda before this particular presentation. But considering that we do have sequence in presentation, I'd like to be able to share with you the changing landscape of this 11-year-old senior citizens program. So I have asked Tintin to prepare figure. What we are seeing here would be the list. I have changed the names to simply numbers. Ganito po ang nangyari the first 9 years kang senior citizens program. Notice na kung scattergram yan, kung scattergram po yan, notice na grabe ang concentration. In 9 years, 33. Only 33 or 34 different individuals had the opportunity, got the opportunity to serve as senior citizen official. There was no limit at that time. Notice na especially ito pong number 4, pun pakapun hanggang 2015, talagang counselor siya. Notice also, in closer scrutiny, notice also how the vice mayor becomes mayor, the year after becomes mayor again. Notice, vice mayor siya dyan, naglaktaw, nag-vice mayor uli, mayor na naman, vice mayor, mayor na naman. When I came in 2013, nagpuun po kami July, pag October, nakubanan ako, tabing lang nagralaog, bay ko po aram ini. Pagsunod pong taon, iyon naman nangyari, sabi po kasi, dati tang kaibanan digdiyo, arugman ngayon, kaya sir, nagbabararibay-ribay sa ng tukawan. And therefore, paglaog po kang 2014, pigs, probarantang Solberon, through the revised Senior Citizens Code, to the point na ang senior citizen na maging official can have only 2 shots at the slot. Okay, so notice the trend therefore. Pag 2015, medyo natanyog na, kaya medyo naghiriro na, iba na sa nagturukaw. Can we have the second? Ito na po nganyan, Mr. Chairman, ang 2016-2017, notice how drastically the change has been. Except for one repeater, everybody else is new. There are 28 new senior citizen officials. Kung kadto po, 33 sa ng tao ang nagparaikot-ikot in 9 years. Ngunyan, in 2 years' time, 28 katao. When I say 28, in all of these, the records that we have only include the mayor, vice mayor, and city councilors. Ito pong taon na iniyo, igwa pa dyan ng 8 department heads. Igni pong taon na iniyo, talagang mayo hanggang dyan sana. But our records will now include them here, yung department heads. Notice the difference therefore from the 9 years na paulit-ulit para ribay-ribay sa kudining 2 years sana na dakulan nakakaiguanin oportunidad. We are not saying na dapat next year na mag-go through. We are not saying that because they are entitled to a second term, second chance. But I think na we have opened the opportunity for many others. After all, 3 months ago, there were more than 12,000 senior citizens registered in the city of Naga. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman. We would like to welcome the new set of senior citizen officials. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. We shall now proceed to the next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Baldemoro as Chairman of the Committee on Rules and Privileges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the order of business, Mr. Chair, may I request the Secretariat to provide our senior citizens counterpart a copy of the order of business.
They were already provided with a copy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following modification and addendum. Under special business or order, item number 3, as requested by the Honorable Abunal, the transfer of item number 9 of the new business be transferred as item number 3 of the special business or order. Another, Mr. Chair, under unfinished business, item number 5B, the matrix of claims for senior citizens patrol and Barangay Tanod City counterpart as of June 30, 2017 from the city accountant. Another, Mr. Chair, item number 13A of the unfinished business is the letter from Maria Cristina Mercado, the attorney-in-fact of Antonio de Horas, Emiliana Mercado, and Ezequiel Villacorta. Another, Mr. Chair, item number 13B is the letter from Engineer Rolando Campillos of the Housing and Settlements and Development Office pertaining to the directive of the Sanggunian. Under new business, Mr. Chair, item number 9, since item number 9 was transferred to SBO3, is the proposed ordinance of the Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, an ordinance further strengthening transparency and people participation in governance in the City of Naga by establishing the processes and procedures that shall govern the preparation and approval of the annual budget and other appropriation ordinances of the city government and of the barangays within each territorial jurisdiction to ensure that public expenditure truly responds to the needs and aspirations of people and for other purposes. Another, Mr. Chair, item number 10 of the new business is the endorsement coming from the City Budget Officer endorsing the supplemental budget of Barangay Pacol. And lastly, Mr. Chair, item number 11 of the new business is the endorsement from the City Budget Officer endorsing the supplemental budget of Barangay Dinaga. I so move for its approval.
Councilor Salvador Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the indulgence of the chair of the Committee on Rules and Privileges, I believe that item number 9 of the new business, as stated in the original calendar of business, Mr. Chair, should remain under new business. This is the first time that I see this proposal. So it needs to be referred to the committee, particular committee, for proper deliberation.
May we seek clarification from the Honorable Greg Abonal if this proposed ordinance is indeed the first time that the same is submitted to us?
It is the first time, Mr. Chairman.
In which case, the same stays as item number 9 of the new business. And the other items shall be adjusted correspondingly. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
In the proposed addendum, Mr. Chair, as a new business, the proposed ordinance of this representation, it should be in the unfinished business. This has already came from the committee and, in fact, ready for third reading today. Unfinished business, Mr. Chair.
So that will be item number 25 of the unfinished business. Any other comment? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Also, Mr. Chairman, the subject of my privilege speech, if we can include it in today's regular session.
As item?
Last item, Mr. Chairman, under unfinished business.
Under unfinished business,
Item number 3.
that is the first time
May
that we are...
I suggest, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Labadia that instead, in the unfinished business, be item number 3 of the special business or order.
Yes, special business.
As item number 3 of the SBO.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If the body would agree, especially the chairman.
Okay. Any other comment?
Including, Mr. Chairman, the Marawi application for accreditation. We are going to take it out from the committee. We will put it under unfinished business, Mr. Chairman.
This was already taken up in the committee level. Is this forming part of a report of the empowerment of the accreditation committee?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, this has been with the Committee on People, in PWD committee, but last July, but it was only transferred a month ago from PWD committee to the Committee on People Empowerment. And then we are requesting for approval, but the body decided to refer this to the committee, but the committee has reviewed it, and it would be proper if we request, Mr. Chairman, that we take it out from the committee and request the SP to include it in today's session.
If there is no objection, we include that as item number 26 of the unfinished business. Councilor Joselito Del Rosario. Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. As far as the item discussed by Councilor Labadia, I object, Mr. Chair. The committee should first report that in the plenary because we refer that to the committee for the committee to study whether the proponent has indeed observed yung time frame for the accreditation.
The requirements.
Yes,
the requirements. May I know if a committee hearing was already held on this subject matter? Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, actually, there was no committee hearing yet held yet, Mr. Chair. But considering that it was already tackled in the plenary, it was actually referred as special business order previously also under the privileged speech of the Honorable Labadia. There was only, in our deliberation, Mr. Chair, there was only one missing requirement, which is proof of existence for 1 year.
For 1 year.
Yes, they have already submitted the proof of existence, Mr. Chair.
Okay, okay.
That's why the chair of the committee is moving that we take it out from the committee level and submit for approval of the Sanggunian, considering that the only one requirement has already been submitted so that the organization can already function as an accredited organization.
Will the Honorable Joselito Del Rosario withdraw his opposition, given the explanation? This was already previously taken up in the plenary. Okay? Okay, in which case, the same is listed as item number 26 of the unfinished business. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to say maybe 3 sentences regarding my request to transfer from new business to special business. The item is a single line amendment of the education code. In fact, it's not just one single line. It's a change in 1 digit. Although the implication is increase from 35 pesos to 60 pesos, ito po yung haluin ng pigahagad kang Red Cross na titindihan dahil sa ordinansa 35 pesos, whereas so DepEd memo kang July, 60 pesos. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not question
If I recall it right, there was already a discussion, a committee hearing on this, on I think at least 2 instances. In which case, we can, there was also an agreement to submit the corresponding amendment in our education code. In which case, we can include this as under the unfinished business. Okay? So this will become item number 27 of the unfinished business. Okay. With those modifications, our order of business is now approved. Next item.
Order of business, reading and approval of the minutes of the previous session, minutes of the 38th regular session held on April 7, 2017, and the minutes of the 5th special session held on August 24, 2017.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the minutes of the 38th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panglungsod held on April 7, 2017. And I move for its approval.
Without objection, the subject minutes is now approved.
Another, Mr. Chair, is the minutes of the 5th special session of the 12th Sangguniang Panglungsod held on August 24, 2017. I move for its approval.
Without objection, the subject minutes is now approved. Next item.
Special business or order, the letter dated September 26, 2017 of Ms. Annabel S.J. Vargas, CSWDO, OIC Chairman, and CSDDMB, forwarding the results of the election of city senior citizen officials.
Councilor Greg Abonel for this particular item.
Mr. Chairman, with the submission of the election results of the Naga City Senior Citizens Coordinating and Monitoring Board, and in fact with the oath-taking and assumption into office yesterday morning at the Assembly, may we officially recognize the elected senior citizen officials, and may we invite them to join us in their seats with the regular members.
Before they occupy their respective seats, do I hear a motion to the? I second to the motion to officially recognize all the. Without objection, the same is approved. So, as your name is called, may we request the concerned senior citizen officials to come in front and occupy your respective seats. The secretary, please. Ayan.
The City Senior Citizen Vice Mayor, the Honorable Armando H. Bolima.
Okay.
For the City Councilors, the Honorable Lilibel R. Laraure. The Honorable Virginia L. Martin. The Honorable Herminia A. Morada. The Honorable Edgar A. Hernandez. The Honorable Nomila C. Culvera. The Honorable Rosario S.P. Estanislao. The Honorable Rodolfo P. Fresnillo. The Honorable Venancio C. Pimentel. The Honorable Dante M. Belen. The Honorable Salvador Arnaag.
The counterpart of Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
The Honorable Herminia R. Arroyo. The Honorable Antonio N. Borok.
Sino yan? SP Secretary.
And the Senior Citizen Sangguniang Secretary, Mrs.
Lydia Calso.
Lydia Calso.
Okay. So we officially acknowledge and welcome our senior citizens counterpart. Allow me also to acknowledge the presence before us of the senior citizen mayor, the Honorable Luz Estrella. Likewise, the department heads, namely as Library Department Head, Ms. Purita Rilloso, the Enro Department Head coming from Barangay Concepcion Grande, Mrs. Matilde Quilonio, the City Agriculture Office Department Head from Barangay Dayangdang, Mrs. Elizabeth Trinidad, the City Engineers Office Department Head from Barangay Panikuason, Mr. Froilan Alfonso, the CSWD Department Head from Barangay Sabang, Mrs. Crispa Fortuna, the Metro Peso Department Head from Barangay San Isidro, Mrs. Gloria Nacario, the City Health Officer Department Head from Barangay Tabuco, Mrs. Maria Arlene Arroyo, and the HSDO Department Head from Barangay Triangulo, Mrs. Maria Aurora Daito. We also wish to acknowledge the presence before us. We invited him to come in today's regular session. The project supervisor or acting general manager of Casureco 2, Engineer Nelson Lalas. Are you around? Yes. Okay. Also, of course, our acting city director, police senior superintendent Jonathan Panganiban, and the other police officers. Likewise, we acknowledge the presence of our assistant accountant, Ms. Ruby Singson. We proceed.
The proposed resolution of the Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Esligacion authorizing the Honorable City Mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to Dolly Integrated Livelihood and Emergency Employment Program, subject to the ratification by the Sangguniang.
Yes, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
To avoid any further complication, if the Honorable Presiding Officer will agree, I will co-sponsor your resolution.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. But for the information of this body, may I let you know that this is in connection with a fund I was able to personally secure from the Department of Labor and Employment. This does not affect the usual assistance that we are getting from DOLE. The mayor was already informed of this, and he had already given the go signal. This is ready for implementation. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, if there are no more comments from my colleagues, I move that we pass a resolution authorizing His Honor the City Mayor to enter into a MOA with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to the Dolly Integrated Livelihood and Emergency Employment Program, subject to ratification of this body.
Any second? Without objection, the motion is now approved. Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. Next item. Before that, we wish to acknowledge the presence of our Assistant District Engineer, Engineer Rick Ragrario from the DPWH. Next item. Yes, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, before we continue, in the committee report of the Committee on Housing, I believe the Engineer Palmiano will be needed, so may we request that he be informed already to be present in today's session.
Okay, the Secretary is so instructed. Next item.
the subject matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Julian C. Labadia Jr.
Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
The subject of my privilege speech, Mr. Chairman, is I was requesting the body to pass a resolution creating the task force Salvar para UMA. And I am suggesting that the member would be coming from the executive, the mayor, representative of the mayor, the City Agriculture's Office, SP, the ICAPC, the City Agriculture's Office. And then the main function would be to submit recommendation on the problems being faced by the farmers right now, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So that would be the main main topic of my resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment from the members of this body? Do you want to see first the proposed resolution creating a particular task force? I, for one, is really in favor of the proposal of Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. I myself having an experience about this problem that corn farmers are currently facing. And I think large part of it is due to the program of the Department of Agriculture. Would you not like to hear Councilor Labadia Jr., the regional director or representative from the Department of Agriculture? Because in the first place, this is the program of DDA. They had been promoting the planting of corn without the corresponding assurance that the farmers are going to earn out of this. So, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while I believe that the Honorable Labadia will be submitting his proposed resolution on the next regular session, but to coincide with that, Mr. Chair, can we invite a representative from the Department of Agriculture to shed light on what's happening? Not only on the prices of corn, but eventually the price of fish palay will also be affected in the near future, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you,
Is everybody is agreeing? Okay. So the motion is considered approved. The secretary is instructed to send the corresponding communication. For the meantime, we will wait for the proposed resolution, but the secretary should make sure that a representative of the Department of Agriculture will appear before us during the next regular session. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. and Councilor Del Castillo. We proceed to the next item.
Unfinished business. Letters both dated September 27, 2017, inviting into today's regular session Engineer Rebecca Roses, District Engineer, 2nd Engineering District, DPWH, and Engineer Nelson A. Lalas, Project Supervisor, Acting General Manager of Cosereco 2, inviting them into this regular session to render an update with respect to the relocation of electric posts affected by the road widening projects.
We suspend our rules of procedure and request Engineer Rick Ragrario, and then after you, Engineer Lalas, to update us on this matter. Who will speak first? Engineer Rick Ragrario. Okay. By the way, this is addressed to our senior citizens counterpart. Should you wish to speak about what we are discussing, you are free to do so. Okay. You may ask questions or you may say your comment or opinion on the matter. Kindly proceed, Engineer.
Diyos maray na aga po sa Satuya Gabus, lalo na po sa mga membros kang ginagalangan na sangguniang panlusod na ini. I am here on behalf of our district engineer on the invitation of the August body to shed light or report to this Sangguniang the status regarding the relocation of utility poles of the Casureco along the national roads, which is subject of the joint memo circular of the Department of Energy and the Department of Public Works and Highways. At the outset, I would like to report to you, honorable sirs and ma'ams, that we already have an agreement with the Casureco 2 to expedite the transfer of the utility poles or the electric posts owned by Casureco along the national roads within the city. Actually, not only within the city, but within the area of jurisdiction covered by our district engineering office. I would just like to inform the body that what we are doing now is on the process of identifying. We already have identified and jointly inspected all the poles which will be affected by the relocation. Nakapalaman po duman sa joint circular na tinawag sa MOYA, iyo po ang susunod mi, na ang proseso po kapag pagtaon ng pundo para digdi, iyo ang pagbalidar muna o to validate jointly with the implementing office, which is the DPWH, and the concerned electric cooperative, which for this part is Casureco 2, and after which it is the Casureco 2 who has to quantify the amount that would be needed for the relocation of the post. It is also contained in the memo ag that after the Casureco, the utility company had the electric cooperative has have quantified the amount needed, it would be returned to us for funding from the central office, and then ibabalik po sa Tuya Digdi si Kwarta, and then we would be giving them 50% of the needed amount for them to start. Okay. So, as of now, the status is that we already validated several road sections. First, na-validate mi na po ang Peña Francia, San Felipe, Pacul Road. Na-validate mi naman po ang Libuton, Magsaysay Road. Na-validate mi naman po ang Daang Marlica. And sa luwas po kang Naga, na-validate mi naman po ining Naga City, Magaraw, Bumbon, Kanaaman, Magaraw, Bumbon, Calabanga, Balungay Road. So, ini po ang gabos na mga road sections na under our jurisdictions na naiiling mi po na may guwaning mga utility poles na dapat na i-relocate. Sa ngunyan po, we are now passing the buck on the Casureco 2 to expedite the transmittal to us of the amount so that we could forthwith ask the necessary fund from our central office. Yan po sa kagabsan ang status kang mga postita kang Casureco dito sa muyang jurisdiction.
Are you through, Engineer?
Yes,
Any question from the members? Yes, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Engineer, pag sinabi mo pong na-validate, ano po ang gustong sabihin kang na-validate? Ang gusto kong maintindihan ko na kayan, na-identify si poste na nakalawag sa tinampo, sakot na-identify kung saan ibabalyo. Ganyan po ba yan? Na-validate lang na nasa tinampo talaga?
Iyo po. Actually po, araw ang urulik ang validation. We are required to actually count the number of poles, geotag it, picture, and then attach it as part of the funding requirement. So, gusto sabihin po, kada poste, physically iilihun mi kung yaon talaga, and validate kung yaon talaga siya, anong klase, as in, ipipicturean mo po na ito may na geotagging, and it would form part of the funding process. Ito pong pigahapot mo na kung saan ibabalyo, daimi pa po masasabi, dahil iilingon mo po kang Kasureko, si ito pong linya kang Kasureko kung sa paglipat ninda, sa inda conveniente. Pero kung ang inahabot mo sa laog kan tinampo, igwa na po kami pigdesignar na lugar sa laog kan tinampo. But kung sa po, specifically o eksaktong iriribay, o ililipat si poste, it is up to the Kasureko because that would now become the subject of their design. May mga spaces man yan, nasa sa inda naman po yan. Ang samuya po, itutugdo nila sa hindi pwedeng ilipat. Na-identify mo na po yan. And it is at the edge of the right-of-way.
Okay. Follow-up question, Councilor Greg Abunal.
May we know how long it took DPWH to validate all the posts that you mentioned?
It took us 3 validation dates. So, tulong aldaw po kami naglibot.
Tulong aldaw man lang. It is possible na pwede man tulong aldaw man Kasureko na mag-identify kung saan ibabalyo.
I cannot answer you categorically. Siguro makahapot na po yan.
We will address that question later to the representative of Kasureko too. Councilor Rakid Arroyo, Councilor Rayan Rentoy, Councilor Bong Sanchez, and then Councilor Del Rosario in that order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, clarify ko lang tabi, Mr. Chair, kay Engineer Ragrario, kung tama itong nadangog ko, because this is very important, na ang lilipatan po kaining mga posts na ini, mayo na siya sa laog kang right-of-way. Tangarig, pag ma-expand naman, ang DPWH, dahil naman malipat na naman giraray. So, tama po ba ang nadangog ko na outside na siya kang right-of-way at the edge, outside of the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am. Correct, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Rayan Rentoy.
That there was already an initial step towards the realization of the transfer of the utility poles from the center of the widened road, Mr. Chairman. But I believe we are more interested as to the timeline, as to when it is really be realized that the people of Naga will really see that those poles that were covered by the road widening will be realized, that be transferred at the sites, Mr. Chairman. And
Engineer, are you in the... Thank you, Councilor Rayan Rentoy. Are you in the position to provide us the timeline?
Yes, sir.
Was there already a prior discussion about this with Kasureko too?
Actually, sir, the answer to that is contained in the memorandum of agreement, the joint memorandum circular. It is actually contained in the joint memorandum circular that this relocation, this is nationwide, would only have a timeline of 1 year. Gusto pong sabihin, sa laog po ni isang taon, dapat may relocate po in the Inigabus so that they could avail of the opportunity of this window na kami po ang mabayad. It is contained in section 13 of... I have a copy actually of the joint memorandum circular if you would like.
Christine, will you be able to flash before the screen the concerned document?
So that this august body could appreciate it more. Yaon po nakapalaman sa section 6, pero particularly po itong timeline na hinapot nito kung noarin dapat is contained in section 13. It states that the clearing of the facilities from existing government projects within 1 year from the effectivity of this joint circular, the NEA and EC shall cause the removal and relocation of any improperly located facilities in the government's right-of-way, subject to payment of compensation provided in this joint circular. Nakapalaman pa naman.
So, the 1 year period will have to start from 13. The effectivity of the joint circular, meaning on last...
This was signed on July 10, and after the publication, siguro tawanan tang 2 weeks, that is siguro mga...
Last week of July.
Say August 1. So the effectivity of this would be August 1. So this would lapse on August 1 next year.
Okay.
So there is a window, actually.
Meaning, on or before August 1 or July 31 of 2018, all of those electrical posts, public utility posts, should have been relocated already.
So that it could be they could avail of this window na kami po sa DPWH ang mabayad. After which, kumailin po nito sa Section 13, after the lapse of the prescribed one-year period, the NEA shall demand from the concerned EC to relocate the obstructing facility at its own expense. So, hindi po, nakapalaman very clear duman sa joint memo ag na hindi po window lang na tinatao sa mga electric cooperatives to avail of this opportunity na kami or the national government would be paying for the relocation. So, I would also enjoin the electric cooperatives na sayang man. Anyway, after this, obligado na sinda maghali and at their own expense.
Okay, so I think that is clear enough. Follow-up question, Councilor Ray Andrintoy.
That the funding will come from their office.
Yes, sir.
Correct. So, for this year, it's already in the...
Including next year's. Actually, the reason why we are fast-tracking the Casureco to give us the amount needed in order that we could ask from the central office the needed amount, because we have a lot of surplus now in the 2017 budget. After the expiry, which is December 31, all the fundings of our office will automatically be reverted to the National Treasury. Once it is not obligated, na po yan. So, hinahagad mi sa inda, may kwarta po kami. Ang kaipuan mi lang sa indo, gurano. The validated data para maitao mi sa central office. And there, they would forthwith give us the necessary funding.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so meaning, in this year's budget of the DPWH, we have a lot of funding
Yes, sir.
for that purpose.
Yes, sir.
And we only have 3 months left for this year, and then comes next year already. So may we know whether, I understand that the budget has already passed the House of Representatives, whether for next year, there's still budget for this purpose.
For next year's budget, we are allowed to include this in our regular widening projects. Say, if it is needed, kung may widening kami sa parting Libuton, i-charge me yan duman. We are allowed to do that.
Okay. Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr., and then Councilor Del Rosario, after you, Councilor Vidal Castillo, and Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Put ko lang tabi kay Engineer Dario. Sin po mapuun, sinabi mo, Peña Francia. So, sin po sa Peña Francia mapuun ang sipag-evaluar po nindo?
Actually, sipag-evaluate mi kang Peña Francia, pinunan mi lang po duman after kang itong crossing. The reason is that actually I myself nagkakaigwa ko ning pagduwa-duwa kung saan ilalaag duman sa parting from crossing abot sa Colgante, abot sa sentro. If we are allowed to relocate, actually malag kita kan mga poste dumana sa laog kang mga establishments, mga private na lote, which kung uog ko ron, is still part of the road right-of-way. May problema po kami sa pagkuagirare kang road right-of-way sa parting Francia. Medyo mas masalimuot po ang problema dyan kaysa sa Libuton.
So, follow-up question po. So, but sabihin po, duman lang po sa crossing mismo, going to Peña Francia and Pacol.
Dahil po, ang pig-validate mi po, don't get me wrong, gabos po na poste kang Casureco, we would endeavor to put it on the right place. Pinahuri mi lang po ini mga parting Bagumbayan, Francia, papaultimo may papahuri mi po yan. Because it would entail a lot of discussion, a lot of banging of heads with, ang mga taganaga, kahuilanganin po, dahil kita nagkakauro yun, yan pa kaya, malaog kami, sa laog kang posti kang, property ninda, na part pa po kang right of way. Dahil lang po ninda naintindihan that this is still part of the right of way. We are in the process of reacquiring all our road right of ways sa DPWH. We are in the process of titling all our lands or our roads in the name of the DPWH. So, ang ginigibo bilang po, we are just prioritizing itong mga sections na doable for now. Igwa po kayo kami mga timeline na we are only allowed for this year and succeeding years that the fundings that are being given to us are only given a lifetime of 1 year. So, we should prioritize all these things na may lalaog naman sa laog ng isang taon.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning, Engineer. Morning.
Morning,
Primero
sir.
na huwag kaming maray kaning halitan na po ni Pigahalat ining joint mawang inikang DOE and DPWH. Actually po, naglapse ng 3 years na mayo po ning natatapos na ining joint circular na ni. Then after kansi mga series of mga follow-ups na iluwas man ginana and took effect by August of this year, 2017. Now, for the information of everyone, sinasabi sa joint circular, if the good engineer would validate it, na the Kasureco and the DPWH still has to ask the approval of the central office before on the part of the Kasureco sa NEA central office and the DPWH before any movement can be done. Yan po yan dyan, naka-state yan dyan. Mr. Chairman, considering na medyo masalimuot ang implementation kani, next session I'll be submitting a resolution, a proposed resolution creating an oversight committee para po, number one, very extensive ang public information kani because may mga brownouts ining mangyari just in case na maglipat na ning linya ang Kasureco duman sa bago nindang ililatag na linya. Number two, we have to ask the assistance of mga punong barangays because yun nga itong sabi ng engineer na may mga problema ini lalo na as far as Peña-Francia and even in Liboton, magkakaigwan ng problema. For the information of Engineer Ragrario, we already identified 187 posts na apektado kani based sa report ni Idol Engineer Palmiano. But for purposes of maging seamless, kung pwedeng maging seamless ang implementation kani Mr. Chair, next session I'll be submitting a resolution creating an oversight committee involving the GSD, CEPIO, even the Office of the Mayor, from the Sanggunian, Liga, para po mas ma-involve sila, para mas mapadali ang implementation.
Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Vidal Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hapon ko lang po kay Engineer Agrario kung ining relocation kang utility pole, limited lang sa national roads.
Maray po na hapot mo yan. Actually, habo ko pong ano sa inyo. Pero uyan po ang kitik kay ini. Actually po, pwede nindo ning gamiton.
Ay, salamat.
Kung iloon po nindo sa section section 3, letter H niya, define niya, arin po ang government projects na pwede niyang laugan. Ang sabi niya digdi, FGH, H po, IA Section 3, sa definition of terms niya, yan, sakat pa po, yan. Kung mahiling po nindo digdi, sinabi niya, medyo in general terms, all national government projects, public service, so support. Next, mahiling po nindo, sabi niya digdi, regardless of the source of funding, and all local government infrastructure projects, di, nakabali ka mo. Di ba ka pwede man nindo ning gamiton? Ang ano lang kayo ni, kung local government ang project, di ka mo naman po ang mabayad. Kan relocation.
Okay. kami ang mabayad naman sa relocation, pero itong poste,
Hindi po.
libre.
The idea of dahil po, the joint circular that you could actually, under jurisdiction of Naga, may mga tinampuman. Like for instance, in Abella, may mga pools din nasa tao ka tinampo. You could also talk with Kasureco using the same parameters. Okay.
But the funding requirement will not come from DPWH.
No,
Okay.
not from us.
So the funding requirement that will be shouldered by DPWH will only be limited
Along national
to
roads.
national roads.
National roads.
Okay. Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Mr. Chair, just want lang to avail the presence of Engineer Ricky Ragrario. Regarding po the letter of the city, iba pong concern ini. Gusto ko lang, unless may iba pa tungkol duman sa post, I'll be the last to speak po, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm just concerned that the memorandum of agreement was signed way back in July 10, and yet DPWH is still waiting for the budget requirement as should have been computed by Kasureco too. So I think that one should be answered by Kasureco too. But my concern is, since it's really DPWH duty to ensure that roads are clear, particularly national roads, tabi engineer hanggang ngunyan mayo pang maski timetable no arin na mga areas ang mamawaraan ngayang supply kang kuryente at this particular time. I'm really just wondering na mabagalon kayang maray, maski haluyon ta na ini yung bighagad, pero nakapirma naman pala ning MOA July 10, pero garong nagahalat pa nga ni kamukhang budget from Kasureco too. So do you believe magigibo in 1 year?
Actually, I would like to believe na kaya. Basta magtabang lang sa mga Kasureco. Okay, if you are asking is, what have we done after the signing of this memo ag? Right after, nagsurat po kami sa Kasureco, and Kasureco would attest to that several times, asking for their joint validation. And only after I personally went to Manager Lalas, had we made an agreement na i-expedite na ini.
When was that, Engineer?
Early after July 10, siguro mga early August, first week of August, nagsurat na po kami sa Kasureco. After the effectivity of this, August, several times nagsurat na po kami sa INDA, and only on the third or fourth time kami na nagkaulay. After that, that was already in September, before the Peña Francia Fiesta, I personally went to the office of the General Manager of Kasureco, appealing to them to expedite the process of this. Our predicament is that we could not cost these utility poles. Mayo po kaming kapasidad na mag-costing kay ini. So we are relying on them to help us, give us the costing, and we will expedite the release of the funds. So, ang sinagad ko lang po, tabangan kami ng Kasureco, magigibot po ni.
Okay. Any other follow-up question? Other question from the members of this body? Yes, later on we will ask Engineer Lalas to respond to some of our queries. But insofar as Engineer Rick Ragrayo, do we still have any question? Councilor Baldimoro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang po itong oportunidad na yung si Engineer Ragrario. May I request Christine to plus item number 16 of the unfinished business. This pertains po to the construction of bridge at Sister Teres. Nag-request po ang City Engineer's Office.
Before that, is there any other question with respect to the electrical poles? Mayo na? Before your question, Engineer Councilor Baldimoro, some questions from the chair. Engineer, Just a clarification. You were able to conduct validation, meaning
Yes,
you have
yes, sir.
identified
Yes, sir.
posts insofar as San Felipe, Pacol, Carolina, Panikwason Road.
Yes, sir.
How many? How many?
Dai ko po categorically masabi kong pirang poste. Pagbati ko sisimbag po yan ni 119 da po.
119. What about Libuton?
Sir? The entire Naga. The entire Naga daw po is 119.
119, this is for entire Naga.
Naga City.
Does this include Magsaysay Avenue, Maharlika
I suppose,
Highway?
I think...
But insofar as your validation is concerned, you have limited yourself first to San Felipe, Pacol, Carolina, Panikwason, and then Libuton, Libuton area.
No,
or were you able to conduct validation on all national roads within the city?
Actually, we only prioritized on which sections would go first. But as of now, buong road section na po na-validate na.
Including Maharlika?
Yes, but
including the national road along Bagumbayan Sur?
Dahil pa po ang Bagumbayan. Sa ano lang, Libuton. Ang Bagumbayan po dahil pa. Later on po, susunod mi siya. Bagumbayan and Peña Francia to go into Centro. Including Elias Angeles. Yan po bigbalat mi.
Okay. Okay. So if there is no more question to be addressed to Engineer Rick Ragrario, Councilor Baldemoro, and then after that, si Engineer Lalas.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Baka po sa paagi ni Engineer Agrario, pertaining po ni duman sa construction of bridge at Sister Teres at Concepcion Pequeña. We understand po that the timetable is up to February 2018. However, it contains po construction of bridge and the replapping. Baka po ma-prioritize itong construction of bridge duman sa Sister Teres. It cause po inconvenience sa mga nag-aaragi duman. My predicament is the same po with my counterpart, the Honorable Hernandez, who also came from Doña Clara.
Actually po, ining surat na ini, I received this last week. And there is another letter actually, which I received yesterday. I already forward this to the project engineer to tell the contractor to expedite the portion which is being questioned here, the box culvert at Bitaogan Creek. Actually, day ko lang kaya siya aram kung say na party. But I already told the project engineer in charge of this na to see to it na iniyang inuton. So, siguro po, baka mga next week po, may ano na ini. Dahil pa, pupunan pa lang.
For the information of Engineer Agrario, for almost 3 months na po piko-construct yan, bridge na yan. Pero hanggang ngunyan, mayo pang nahahaman. And ito pong ginibo duman na agihan, medyo delikado. So, iyan po itong another entrance exit to Doña Clara. Kaya ngunyan po, ang agihan lang kang Doña Clara is from Greenland. So, kaya po...
Noted po. I would personally see to it na magibo ini.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ayaw man sana na yan si Engineer Ragrayo. May sarong concern, Mr. Chair. Primero, apot ko kung sindaan nagbugta kang pedestrian lane, fronting Imul to Nagalan. Kasi may pedestrian lane kasi doon sa may arani sa traffic light. So, haliputon lang si distansya kandua. So, we might as well remove that pedestrian lane fronting Imul. Taigwaman sa naduman. Naturally, ang mga pedestrian lane yaon sa may arani kan traffic light.
Actually, yun po. Ini po mga pedestrian lane pong ini, actually, iiling mi po na lagan na po na tama. But, the truth of the matter is that ni-request po yan kan mga sinurat sa mo na ginahagad na mag-request. Actually, ang iba, pig-request sa city, and then pig-forward sa mo. Out of para mapagbigyan, actually piglaganan mi. Dahil talagang balyuhan madalaga nila duman, ang rason is may balyuhan duman. But the point, your point sir is correct. Dahil actually may mga distances lang kami na dapat igwan yung pedestrian lane. But the argument na ginamit nila duman, instead na ilagda sa kanto, dahil may kanto baga siya, pwede man kaya maglagdo ba yung pedestrian lane. Iusog na lang, linaag duman sa atubangan mismo kang imol. Mayo sa intersection, dapat diyan sa intersection, inusog lang, pasiring na duman sa atubangan na kang imol.
Councilor Del Castillo.
I believe, Mr. Chair, na sala sa tamanyo. Kumbaga, itong primero, dahil nga ni 50 metros ang distansya.
I think it's only about 25 or 30 meters from the corner.
Dapat, kumbaga, ibugtakta na sa tamang dimension, sa tamang lugar, si itong pedestrian lane. Nakakakausap pa, Mr. Chair, ng traffic sa lugar. So, siguro, we might as well officially request the PWH na kung pwede mahali na itong duman sa lugar na ito, gamito na lang siya itong duman sa may intersection.
Anyway, Engineer Ragrario, you already admitted in our session that the position of Councilor Del Castillo is correct. So maybe corresponding action can be undertaken by your office.
Okay.
Okay.
Noted, sir.
If there is no more question, we will now excuse you temporarily. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Dali, bako man, Mr. Chairman, ng question. Request lang, I'll take this opportunity na yaon ang future district engineer ta. Nahagadon ta lang, Mr. Chairman, sa iya, si 2018 list of project for Naga. Baka pwedeng mai-provide kita kayan. Taaram naman nag-submit na sinda sa
Igo po.
General Appropriation sa GAA for approval sa national. Baka i-provide ang city government katong gabos na project na malaw igdi sa siyudad ng Naga, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can that be done?
We will do.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Engineer Rick Ragrario. The information you have provided us were very helpful. And for the meantime, you are temporarily excused.
Thank you very much.
There may be
Salamat
other
po sa
questions that may be asked later on. So we will request Engineer Lalas to kindly approach the podium and provide us an update on the matter insofar as Casureco 2 is concerned. Nong.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, before going to my updates, allow me to extend my greetings to this honorable body, especially to the officers and members of the Sangguniang Panununsod of Naga. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, with regards to this circular that is being discussed by our DPWH Engineer Ragrario, I hope that everybody is already familiar about the circular, and I have here a copy, and possibly, Mr. Chairman, I will furnish this to the...
We already have a copy of
you have
the
already a copy?
circular.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So, as far as this circular, of course, it's really stipulated on this circular that this relocation of this electric post that is being owned by Casureco will be subject to that recovery cost or compensation as a joint circular by this Department of Energy and the Department of Public Works and Highways. I would like to give you an update that as being discussed by Engineer Agrario. Insofar as this Casureco, we have gone to this validation, and we are considering this for all coverage area of Casureco 2 that has a pole relocation subject to this widening and the construction of bridges. So, as far as this, the list of this pole relocation is already been forwarded to us by the DPWH, and exclusively for Naga. I will give you the updates later, but on this relocation, I would like to emphasize that yes, it's the Kasureco to prepare this costing based on the formula under this circular. A costing that to have this affected area because of this, and there is also a formula for this, Abante po. We have this formula on this costing that this Kasureco to prepare and submit this to the DPWH, and for us to determine the cost of the new line construction to be constructed of this relocation. Because the procedure here is that we will not going to relocate these affected poles without constructing first the new line construction in order to minimize power interruption. So we have that formula that the costing will be represented by the total relocation cost. We have the present value of the relocated facility, meaning ito po yung new line construction na i-construct namin. Bago po namin i-relocate yung linya, gagawa muna kami ng linya on the kabila. Yeah. And in order to minimize power interruption. After construction, we will determine, or we have to prepare our as plan and to prepare the cost of materials and labor for this new line construction, and to deduct the present value of that depreciation cost, the affected facility, yung existing po, ay atin pong bibigyan ng depreciation cost, no? Mayroon pong, and that will be deducted to the new line construction, and an additional for the dismantling and removal of that disposal cost of affected facility. So yan po ang magiging mode of construction by this Kasureco. So on the part of this Kasureco 2 now, we have gone already with the joint validation, and according to our DPWH, and of course for Kasureco, we have already gone to the validation to all poles that are subject for relocation in the coverage of Kasureco 2. After this validation, for us now to prepare this costing, and up to this at present, the Kasureco 2 is already to start today on the Naga affected poles for relocation. When you say, we are now going to start now for the pole-to-pole inspection to determine these existing lines that are affected, and for in consideration for preparation of costing. So there will be a pole-to-pole inspection of this. Now, I would like to emphasize that in Kasureco and in Naga, we have in San Felipe, this is Naga to Panikwason, Magsaysay, we have in somewhere in Panganiban Avenue, and in Libuton. We have already prepared our staking sheets for this, but it's only just a validation on the part of a joint inspection by the DPWH, because what we prepared before, actually the Kasureco to have already gone to the costing on this prior to the circular. So it's only just a matter on the part of Kasureco to revise what is that being made in consideration, not only for that, but of course to utilize the NIA price index that is being to be under this circular that we have to use. So, insofar as the timeline, I would like to inform the body that if we will going to start by this pole-to-pole inspection for Naga, possibly we can finish for that costing that based on my instruction and the observations coming from my engineers. Actually, I would like to emphasize, I inform to you that I am bringing here with me our line operation manager, Engineer Wendell Bromeo, and our planning and design engineer, Engineer Mary France Morales. Sila po ang nagkakandak po ngayon ng day-to-day tungkol dito sa ano. Because according to the DPWH, the Kasurikuto must have to submit as much as possible before end of the year because we want to anticipate their budget. Baka po there's an instruction coming from Engineer Garo that we have to facilitate the costing if ever that we can finish before end of this year. So, as far as this costing, I would like to emphasize that another option here is that we requested the DPWH to put into a prioritization of all of these lists because of course we have to facilitate the first, or that is what that project list that has to be done priority. So as per submitted list of projects in the entire coverage area of Kasurikuto, comprising of the District 2 and District, napakarami po. And possibly this body will be furnished with the updates of what is going on. And possibly in the submission and in the implementation of, let's say, relocation, we have already advised also the DPWH that has to prioritize what are these lists that has to be done first before going into those other projects, because we are not only for Naga, but we are also after for the entire coverage of Kasurikuto. But for the updates for Naga, we will going to start now the pole-to-pole inspection as being given to me by my engineers. Mr. Chairman, that is now all of these updates, and I hope that if there are some questions of this honorable body, then I have to...
Okay. Yeah. Councilor Vidal Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Engineer Lala, sa update. Tanong ko lang po, Engineer, kailan po matatapos at kailan nyo po isasubmit yung cost estimate sa DPWH, Engineer Lalas?
Yes. Our negotiations with the DPWH that if possible we can finish by this October, much better for us to, but we will be coordinating with them because...
Sandali lang, Engineer.
Yeah.
Sabi nyo kasi hindi kami familiar dito, yung unang statement mo. Sabi po ni Engineer Ricky Rogario, ito po ay nagsimula noong buwan ng August at ito ay binibigyan lang kayo ng 1 taon. Eh bakit po dapat bago po napirmahan, nagkaroon po kayo ng pag-aaral, validation, hindi lang validation, kundi yung pag-prepare ng cost estimate kasi ito ang pinaka-importante para ma-implement. Dapat mag-submit kayo ng budget. Ay ngayon parang hindi po kayo pamilyar, Engineer Lalas.
Yes, actually, we have the target to finish this. In fact, we are now, today, we have already started to have this pole-to-pole inspection for the preparations of this costing. And if ever that we can submit that to DPWH this month, by end of October, because we have the negotiation for Naga only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Earlier, Engineer Rick Rogario was telling us that after receipt from Kasurikuto of the costing, the same will be submitted to the head office of DPWH for funding. If you are telling us, Engineer Lalas, that you will be able to submit that requirement at the end, on or before the end of the month, let's say at the end of the month of October, will DPWH will you still have the time to to examine, to evaluate the submitted documents and allocate the necessary funding. Engineer Ragrario? Yes.
Actually, kung mapipwede lang sana, if it is possible, na much earlier before the end of the month, because today is just the 3rd, we could, if we would appeal, that it be submitted to us earlier para to give us lead time to review and submit it to the central office.
What would be the consequence if the requirement is submitted at the end of the month?
It would be submitted probably on the 1st. If it is submitted to us on the end of the month, most probably it would be submitted to the central office on the 1st week of November. This request for funding is not only sa distrikta. This is a nationwide predicament. So, baka pag-abot duman, natabunan na kita. So, it would be really actually nicer or mas maganda na kung it be submitted to us much earlier. But if it, kung at the end of October, then we'd have to siguro...
So Engineer Lalas, baka mas maganda daw po na mai-submit nyo bukas. Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ihapot na po kay Engineer Agrario kung even before the start of the road widening, na-inform na nindo ang Kasureco 2 that they have to relocate. I'm sure they did, no? Bago pa po nag-start kayang road widening na yan, I'm sure the DPWH has already informed Kasureco 2 of the need to remove and relocate the posts.
Yes, actually.
Tama po yan, di ba? So, ang question ko po, Mr. Chair, tanong ta, maski budget, kung ano ang magagastos, mayo ang Kasureco 2. Nakatunganin dahil pag kinukonstruct ang road widening, dapat nagpiprepare na sindang i-resettle yung mga post na yan, pareho kang sa itong mga informal settlers, kaya ito ng resettlement. Dapat yung mga post i-resettle sa tamang lugar. Tano po na hanggang ngunyan, mayo ka pong budget, maski kung anong gagastos mo para i-resettle yung mga posts na iyan.
Did you understand the question, Engineer Lalas, considering that you are not a Bicolano?
Tagalog speaking.
Okay lang po.
Naintindihan niyo po. Simple lang naman po, di ba? Ang tanong ko po, bakit kahit budget, wala po kayo? Ay, ang tagal na po niyan, bago pa kinonstruct, alam ninyong dapat ililipat yung mga posts na yon?
Yeah. Actually, we have gone to this preparation of budget before.
Yes.
And we submitted that to the DPWH. But we are letting the DPWH to pay during that, when this circular was not yet been approved. So, the stand of this Kasureco 2, the same also with other electric co-op in Region 5, that we cannot relocate these poles without a budget on the part of the cooperative because wala po ito sa aming...
Yun po ang question natin. Nasaan po yung budget na yun? Nasaan po yung cost estimates na yun? Kasi nagkaroon na ng MOA, pero hanggang ngayon wala pa rin.
Yeah, we have already gone to that. Actually, the initial cost of this, but that is a computation that is being prepared by Kasureco 2. This 119 poles cost about 9.8 million.
Okay. So,
but we have to conduct a pole-to-pole inspection again because there are some of these existing poles that have been during the typhoon. So, and at the same time, we must have also to have the actual as-built insofar as these assemblies and everything to be considered in the preparation of costing.
Will it take you months? Will it take you months, weeks in order to do that? Engineer Rick Ragrario was telling us it only took them 3 days to conduct identification and validation. In your case, why is this taking too long?
To consider all these existing lines that are subject for relocation and at the same time costing for the new lines that has to be constructed. So, and at the same time, we are also to have, because before submitting this to DPWH, it is also proper that the Kasureco 2 will also furnish that copy to the National Electrification Administration.
Councilor Labadia Jr. And then after you, Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chairman, in support duman sa sinasabi ni Councilor Miles, nahihiling ko, Mr. Chairman, na dapat supportaran tayo itong pinopropose ni Councilor Del Rosario. Isusuway ta, Mr. Chairman, si ginigibungon yan kang Kasureko sa kang DPWH, sibutan ninda. And then si idea, Mr. Chairman, ni Councilor Del Rosario, naigo kitan sa rong task force or oversight committee na iyo ang nagsisibot na nagtatarabangan. Takong kinakaipuhan, Mr. Chairman, kang Kasureko ning dagdag na engineer, si oversight committee pwedeng magpadaratulos. Kung kaipuhan kan DPWH additional manpower, ipadaratulos. Ngunyan kaya, Mr. Chairman, sa urulay tangunyan, nagpapasalamat na kita ngunyan sa Kasureko, kay Engineer Lala, sa DPWH, taang widening project na talagang mawawiden na siya. Garo na may silag na mahihiling ta si resulta. So, yun po yan si number 1. Para mahiling ta si resulta, yun na po garo ini. Si proposal ni Councilor Lito, i-oversight pero suway siya, Mr. Chairman, sa pagtrabaho kang Kasureko and DPWH. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr. Councilor Joselito Del Rosario. Any other members? Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, sarong medyo kaya kaipuhan na madalion kang Kasureko because the window was only for 1 year. And knowing the processes at the national government, baka naglaps na si period kung medyo maabala si submission kan gabos na document to DPWH, baka tapos na si window na 1 year, dahil pa natatapos si trabaho. And I doubt whether Kasureko 2 can defray all the cost tuman sa matatadang project. Yes. Na mga poste na dapat i-relocate. So, siguro, advice na lang, maski dahil kayo po kan Kasureko na advice, but I will advise them to facilitate the submission of the documents to DPWH so that they can avail of the funding coming from the national government.
Okay. So, we hope that Kasureko 2 understands that. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may we have a commitment? Bako man sigurong DPSL mag-commit because these are technical. Pwede talagang ma-schedule ang mga result ng trabaho. Pwede pong maghagad kitang commitment from Kasureko to no arin ninda masasubmit talaga. Bako kung itong best effort, bakong aruken. Tamayo man po dyan gayong variable, di po ba? So you can really schedule it. Pwede pong mag-commit ka mo ning date when you will submit to DPWH the budget that you need.
Yeah, actually, as I have told you, that this Kasureko 2 is started now for the pool-to-pool inspection of these affected pools to be relocated.
And according to you, there are only 119 posts,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So can this not be completed within, 2 days, 3 days?
I don't think, because it will be, how many days?
1 week?
Yes.
1 week? And then probably 2 or 3 days consolidation? Meaning by no later than October 15, you can already submit the required estimate to DPWH. If you are really going to put effort on this.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chairman, it started right after the Piña Francia. We have already started with DPWH, a joint inspection we conducted every day.
So that is why, can you submit to DPWH the required estimate on or before October 15?
Insofar as the preparations of this data, we can easily get that, let's say, for 2 weeks, yes. If that is, but the question here is that we have to secure the price index latest from NEA, because there was an order coming from NEA that we have to get the new costing insofar as this price index, the latest of NEA.
Well,
So,
meantime that you are conducting a validation, post-to-post
Yes, yes.
validation, you can already request from the concerned agency
well, let
the
me
data
invite,
that you need.
yeah.
Okay?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, maybe we will really do our best that,
Okay.
to submit that as soon as possible to DPWH, because at the end, for Kasuriko, if we really cannot submit this data,
Okay.
wala rin po kami makukuha ang budget na.
Okay.
And that's why it's really a must on the part of Kasuriko too, Mr. Chairman.
And on our part, of course, this is very obvious that we really wanted the relocation of utility post the soonest time possible, because that also adversely affects us. Okay? Likewise, for purposes of those utility posts within the road right-of-way of city roads, we are requesting you a copy of this cost estimate. Later on, we will have also to take this up. I think the concern of the city is not only with respect to national roads, but also this includes city roads. So, upon submission to DPWH, if you can also furnish us.
Okay, furnish, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that this will be considered in the committee or task force that the Honorable Joselito del Rosario is proposing.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So with that, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we invite again DPWH and Kasureco 2 on the session of the Sanggunian on October 17?
October 17.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. October 17. That is also a Tuesday. Will you be available on that date, Engineer Lalas?
Yes.
Please make yourself available. Also, Engineer Rick Ragrario, during that session day, we will expect that you have already furnished us copy of the cost estimate. Okay?
Yeah. Before I end, Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend this. Pwede po punta rin ako sa DPWH. Because one problem occurs on the part of Kasureco 2. They have submitted to us this distance from the center. If it is a national road, municipal road, or whatever is that widening. Because the problem now is that in preparing our staking design of this new line construction, whether to put these poles within the 20 meters from the center or 10 meters from the center or outside the 20 meters. Because what I've heard, according to my engineers, the directives coming from the DPWH is that we go beyond the 20 meters. Now, if we go beyond the 20 meters, I think this is already private property. So that is only my, yes.
Engineer Rick Ragrario, please make a clarification on this.
You could put it at the edge para di duman sa linya, sa boundary, di partly sa mo, partly sa private. Sa edge na lang para actually,
I thought it's supposed to be still within the 20 meters.
no, actually it is at the edge.
At the edge.
At the edge of the road right of way.
But within the...
Not necessarily. Pag sinabi kasing within the road right of way, di malawag ka pa. Pero sa edge, duman ka na sa boundary mismo.
Okay. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we are...
Okay. So, with that, we express our gratitude to Engineer Lalas of Kasureco 2 and your company. I mean the people who you brought along.
Yes.
And, of course, our assistant district engineer, who very soon will now become the district engineer of the 2nd Engineering District, Engineer Rick Ragrario. Thank you for honoring our invitation and providing us the very important information that will also aid us in the works that we are doing. So we will be expecting you on October 17. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you also to this honorable body.
Okay, salamat po. Salamat. We proceed to the next item.
Letter dated September 26, 2017, inviting in today's regular session Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan O. Panganiban, Acting City Director, Naga City Police Station.
The rules remain suspended. The Police Superintendent, Senior Superintendent Panganiban, you approach the podium. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me give my acknowledgement to the Honorable Chair, our presiding officer, the Honorable Vice Mayor, Nelson S. Ligacion, the Honorable members and distinguished gentlemen and ladies of the Sangguniang Panglungsod, and of course, our beloved senior citizens who are the counterparts for today's session. Other guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning po sa Toy Agabos.
Good morning.
I was invited to this August body to shed light as pertains to the relative to the temporary cutting off of services of certain telecommunication providers on certain dates during this year's Peña Francia Fiesta celebration. And to be specific, these dates were on September 8. It has...
that was the translation.
12 to 6 for the translation. On September 15, 75 of the military parade. And on September 16, the highlight of the Global Procession, which is also 12 to 6 p.m. The temporary cutting of the telecommunication services is a prime purpose and a vital importance. And this is formed part of our security and safety measures as being undertaken by the Task Force Peña Francia, being headed by our regional director, and of course by the Task Force Naga, being headed by the Task Force Commander, which is yours truly. So let me respond to this on the context of one who is in charge of the security and safety, and the one who is being given responsibilities as such. We know very well that the Peña Francia Festival is the only regional festivities that caters and welcomes millions of pilgrims, devotees, visitors, and guests. And both from foreign and local spectators who wanted...
May I interrupt you, Police Superintendent Panganiban? Can you go direct to the point? We wish that you would answer two basic questions. Number one, was the cutting of telecommunication, of the services of the telecommunications company requested by the Joint Operations Center? That's number one. Number two, was there any factual basis that prompted the PNP to request for the cutting of the services of mobile companies?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The cutting of, temporary cutting of telecommunication services was already been done, even last year, 2016, at Peña Francia. And,
was this requested by the Joint Operations Center?
This is being approved by the Joint Operations Center.
So this was requested? This was requested?
This was requested, sir. This was requested.
By the Joint Operations Center?
By the PNP, sir. This was requested by the PNP, but this is being approved by the Joint Operations Center.
Whether this was requested by the Joint Operations Center, headed by Mayor Jan Bongat and Archbishop Rolando Tria Tirona.
Yes, sir. But what I'm trying to point out is that during the GOC meeting, during the Joint Operations Center meeting, this was already been discussed, that there will be temporary cutting off of services, and this is being already being laid down at the Joint Operations Center. So this is being approved by the Joint Operations Center per se.
Can you proceed to the next question?
Yes, the bottom line of which, sir, is that on the part of the PNP security safety cluster and the security safety cluster itself, we are bound, and our intention is a zero incident for all the duration of the Peña Francia Festival. And we will do everything in coordination with the Joint Operations Center, of course, to see to it, to ensure the safety and security of all the devotees, of all the guests and visitors. And this will be undertaken by thorough planning, by way of adopting elevation, best practices that was been already laid down previously on the 2016 Peña Francia Festival. So this cutting of services was already been done and undertaken during the 2016 festival. And I believe this is being approved by the Joint Operations Center.
Any question from the members of this body? Any comment? May we seek confirmation from Councilor Silito del Rosario, if you know, whether this matter was requested by GOC?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. After the initial meeting of the GOC, I was was invited in the succeeding meetings. But, Mr. Chair, I think Senior Superintendent Panganiban should explain the hierarchy of the elevation or escalation of the threat assessment. It's important for us to understand why did PNP nag-resort sa pag-request sa NTC. I think he should explain that the security cluster composed of the different agencies from the Army, the Navy, the Military Intelligence, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, they have considering conclusion na there is that sort of elevated threat for the Peña Francia Fiesta from the period yung military parade down to the pluvial procession. I think he should explain that para mas maintindihan. I understand also, Mr. Chair, that there was an incident na may nakuasid na mga Molotov bombs, explosives sa Concepcion Pequeña, and they were able to connect that into some sort of disturbances during the Peña Francia Fiesta. He should establish the premise very clearly, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, CD.
Yes, sir. So that is, sir, the cutting up of the temporary cutting up of the services of the telecommunication was it was part of the ensuring the safety and security as far as the security clusters are concerned. So as had made mention by our honorable Councilor Leto de Rosario, there were some development prior to these activities that needs to be addressed. Situation dictates, and the planning could be changed as to case-to-case basis as the need arises. So with this, as situation dictates, we deem it wise that this cutting off of services should be requested and should be seek the help of the NTC for purposes of ensuring that one way of developing this security measures is the cutting up of the temporary cutting up the telecommunication services certain on the particular date.
Okay. City Director, what you are telling us is the conclusion that was reached. We are after the premise, we are after the factual basis, which led you to that conclusion that the cutting of the services of mobile telecommunications company is necessary or was necessary. Or you are not allowed to divulge the basis, the factual basis which led to the conclusion.
Sir, the primordial purpose of this is the bottom line is for us to ensure the safety
yes, we already know that. We already know that.
Yes.
We already know that everybody can claim. And in fact, that is also our desire to ensure that all people here in Naga and all our visitors are safe from any harm. In fact, even prior to 2016, if you will recall, the cutting of services of mobile providers happened for the first time last year when the PNP chief came to Naga City. But prior to that, there was never any cutting of the services of mobile telecommunications company.
Sir, may I continue? Sir, as Med mentioned, there was some development about findings of some Molotov bombs. And this particular development, of course, could trigger higher or greater threat, some kind of threat that might be need to address immediately for the purpose. So, do we need to wait for something na I think...
So, this discovery about Molotov bombs was the main reason for coming up with the suggestion and eventually requesting the National Telecommunications to cut off the services. Was this the main reason? Anyway, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Ray Rentoy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro paliwanag na lang or isabiyon ta lang kay Colonel. Ang reason po kung tano ta pigpapaapod ka mo dahil si impression po kang sangguniang panlungsod dai man lang pigpaisi ang sanggunian sa desisyon na ini nadakulaon na maray. Dakulaon po bagang bagay ang ikat ang communication facility lalo na sa may dakulang okasyon. So, si impression po na yaon sa mo, because we didn't really know, day kami kaibanan sa pag-decision kaini, na unilateral decision ito. Day ta po pagka-question si propriety, pero ang pagka-question po si proseso. Dahil, as government officials, pag may nagkapot po sa mukunta, dapat makasimbag po kami, di po ba? Kasi may obligasyon kami sa tuyong mga constituents. So, pero kung sinasabi mo po na decision ito kang Joint Operations Command, that's the information that we don't have, Mr. Chair. Councilor Del Rosario is a member of that, so why were we not informed if that was a Joint Operations Command decision? Kaysa ipaapot na pa ang PNP and then sasabihan kita na decision yan kang GOC. So, maybe we should clarify really whether it was a decision of the GOC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Until now, it's not clear to me whether it was the decision of the JOC. There is no categorical statement. Although there was a statement that there was a discussion. But was it really the request of the JOC? That question has not yet been categorically responded to. Councilor Ray Rentoy and then Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, if we still are not satisfied with the answer as to whether it was really a request from the JOC, we might as well formally write communication from the Joint Operations Center. Maybe the head of this JOC is the mayor and the Archbishop himself. So we might as well communicate with them as to this matter, because I remember, Mr. Chairman, during the Boyadores Festival, when there was already a text message coming from the telecommunications that there will be cutting of lines the following day, the mayor was angry that he did not know of the matter, that the following day there will be cutting of lines. I believe, Mr. Chairman, it was understood by many that the cutting of lines will only happen during the traslation and the fluvial procession. I think the people would understand it because everyone was involved in the celebration of the traslation and the fluvial procession. So I understand what was not understood, the cutting of lines during the military parade. Everyone was not joining the military parade. Everyone was not watching the military parade. So why there was a cut of line during the military parade? What was the importance of the event? If we are talking about the security, why did we not cut during the parade of the elementary and the high school students and even the civic parades that happened? Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, I understand that every day the GOC conducts assessment or debriefing, and also the security cluster conducts its own separate assessment, the intelligence community. So as the days progressed, they came into conclusion that there should be a tighter security measure for the military and the fluvial procession. I understand in the GOC, we have the NTC representative, the National Telecommunications Commission representative. They were here for, I think, 5 days, monitoring all the events. And they're ready to act on any request of the JOC. So I understand that during the request immediately, so they responded and they communicated with the telecommunications companies. Now, however, Mr. Chair, if there were missteps or miscommunications and we were not timely informed, I think siguro baka pwede na lang maintindihan niya, Mr. Chair. Because security is paramount than individual conveniences, using cell phones, etc. Security is more important than individual comforts. And I think the agencies working under the security cluster had done their best to implement stringent security. This can be manifested by a lack or absence of incident which could ruin the Peña Francia celebration. I think they deserve, but siguro next time, probably communications can be, interagency communications can be enhanced in order to, for these things not to happen again, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, we can already consider this as water under the bridge. But may importante kayang elemento, Mr. Chair, na at least kuta. I was texted by the telco na magkakaigwan ng cutting off of the signal by order of the National Telecommunications Commission. So, I know that NTC will not, in itself, order the telcos to cut off the line if nobody requested them. So, kaya, siguro, aputuntaan na Joint Operation Center kung sinda ang hagad na putulon ang signal. Because, grabe kaya si epekto ka ni Mr. Chair, lalo na kan Biyernes, September 15, sa negosyo. Imagine the whole day mayo kaning signal. So, dapat although, yes, I understand, security is paramount. But we also weigh all the situation prevailing during the time or prior to that time para mag-ibang decision. And siguro, dahil man malip out, ansan ko ni ang panunsod na paaramong kung ano man may mga major decision na mangyayari sa Laugat Syudad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You still would...
yes, sir. Well taken, sir, to the Honorable Castillo. I support the what had been made mention by our Honorable De Rosario, that there were been some thing that had misinformed the Sangguniang Panglusod. We seek an apology for that, and for the time that rest assured that in time that we will be having this this August body will be informed for that purpose. Okay.
So, Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand po the concern of the PNP is for the security of all. So, naintindihan tamang po yan. But then, Mr. Chair, siguro on the situation of the military parade, di man siyang gayo, on my part, on my personal, di man po siyang gayo kaipuhan na waraon itong signal. Ang concern ko lang, Mr. Chair, during the military parade, kadakol po kitang mga participants, particularly na mga estudyante na syempre after the Peña Francia parade, kung masainsain pa man sinda, but then dahil mayong signal, nalilimit po itong paghiro ninda, pagbisita ninda sa Naga. So baka dahil nangyari na po yan, ang suggestion ko na lang kay City Director, baka po makonsider na ang military parade ay manggayo at least and dahil na ibali sa request for the cutting of signal for the next year celebration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, sir. Well taken, sir.
Councilor Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tungkol po sa improvised explosive device na recover, Sir Panganiban. Kasi kung iyon ay nagkaroon ng pagsabog, explosion, ano ang mangyayari sa ating mga bisita, sa mga devotees, nung nakaraang Peña Francia Pesta? Kasi tradisyon, bago nagkaroon ng fluvial procession, na-recover yung Molotov bomb doon sa Concepcion Pequeña. At kami po ay natutuwa dahil walang nangyari, kasi kung sumabog yun, siguro yun magdadala ng fear, panic, at kahandalan sa mga taga-Naga. Pero ang maganda po doon, inyong pong nahuli, iyong naglagay ng explosive device. Subalit po, nabalitaan ko po na yung naglagay ay nakalaya po. Totoo po ba yung nakalaya yung magdudulot sana ng napakasamang Peña Francia celebration, pero ngayon po ay nakalaya na, sir?
Opo, sir. Iyon po ay desisyon na ng korte doon sa appreciation nila, doon sa aspertent, doon sa appreciation nila ng kaso.
Marami po salamat. Kasi pag nasa korte na, hindi na natin yun, wala na tayo doon. Pero po, ang maganda po doon, ang inyong kapulisan, ginawa inyong pangako na magkaroon tayo ng payapa, peaceful, fiesta celebration. Kaya sa inyo po, this representation, Mr. Chairman, would like to express my thanks, gratitude, congratulations to the PNP for the job well done.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal Castillo. I will no longer add to the statements already made by the members of this body. Lest that we may be misunderstood, we wish to extend our gratitude, to reiterate the point raised by Councilor Vidal Castillo. We wish to extend our gratitude to the Philippine National Police for ensuring a peaceful and orderly celebration of our Peña Francia Fiesta. Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Councilor Greg Abonel.
Mr. Chairman, in a short while, I will request for recess, but can we already call for the legal officer, the budget officer, and the city accountant for the next parts?
Okay. Before that, the secretary will will advise the concerned officials. Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo, and then Councilor Rayan Retoy.
Yes, Mr. I just would like to inquire. I believe the PNP is one of the agencies we last time have decided to pass a resolution of gratitude and commendation for the peaceful celebration of the Peña Francia festivity. The PNP is one of those.
The Secretary, please.
I think I remembered, if I remember correctly, PNP is one of those. We resolved to express our commendation for the peaceful celebration of the festivities. If not, then we should pass today. Yun na, diba?
The PNP was not included in the list, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So we will, may I move, Mr. Chair, that a similar resolution be passed for the
Any second? Without objection, the
Joint
same
and
is
collective, Mr.
or joint and collective motion. Okay. Councilor Rian Retoy? Okay. So with that, thank you, Police Superintendent, Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Advance morning to us, everyone.
Okay. We take a break.
We are here, we are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city, we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world.
Okay. Session is now resumed.
The letter dated September 26, 2017, inviting into this regular session Attorney Perfecto and Ragais III, City Legal Officer, to render an update on the acquisition of right-of-way of Cararayan San Isidro Road, Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road, San Felipe Magarao Road, and to submit copy of respective expropriation complaints. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, the City Legal Officer is in Legazpi.
Any comment on this particular item? Last regular session, there was also an invitation addressed to our City Legal Officer. He did not appear. This is the second time that he failed to come. The purpose of the invitation is clear, and that is to update us on the acquisition of the subject road right-of-way. For the information of this body, I took the initiative of obtaining copies of complaint for eminent domain. I instructed a staff to secure copy thereof from City Legal Office, and if she fails, for her to go directly to the Regional Trial Court. She was able to secure copies of the complaint for eminent domain insofar as the Bustamante property. This is in Bagong Sirang, San Felipe, that about 75 or 80 meters portion of the road going to Magarao. This was filed September 12, 2017. The authority we gave was issued in 2014. Was it 2014? Councilor Vidal Castillo? Yes, 2014. Specifically, September 2, 2014. 3 other complaints were obtained, and this is with respect to the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road, involving the property of Roberto Factora, Julia Laureles, and the heirs of Leonardo Catolico, only up to Laureles and Catolico. And this was filed July 25, 2017. The failure to secure copy for the Langon, Cararayan to San Isidro Road, I think should be construed to mean that no complaint has been filed yet. That was Tuesday of last week. Yes, but this complaint were secured last Monday, last Friday. So if one was indeed filed last Tuesday, then we should have been provided, or we should have obtained copy of the corresponding complaint. I do not know if that is the reason. May we know from the Secretary if any reason why was given why the legal officer was unable to come?
There was no specific reason, Mr.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo, you were raising your right hand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, with that development, Mr. Chair, I believe that we should already follow this up to the legal officer through the city mayor, so that the office of the mayor will also remind the legal officer to facilitate, because it delays the implementation of the project, Mr. Chairman. Indefinitely. I'm sure that the original timeline is already affected.
Okay, so how do we do that? We, through the secretary, we prepare a letter informing the city mayor.
Copy for Mr. Legal Officer.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The secretary is so instructed. Should we again invite the city legal officer for our next regular session? So aside from writing, he appears before us during the next regular session. Again, the secretary is so instructed. Next item.
Letter dated September 26, 2017, inviting to this regular session Mr. Frank Mendoza, City Budget Officer, and Mrs. Pacencia Este Tabinas, City Accountant, to shed light on the June 2017 payroll of 75 barangay tanods who serve as citizen patrol.
Any information about the two officials?
Mr. Frank Mendoza is also in Legazpi, Mr. Chair.
Come again?
In Legazpi, Mr. Chair, Mr. Frank Mendoza.
What about Mrs.
Mrs. Tabinas is in Baguio attending the seminar.
Okay. Councilor Elmer Baldimoro, Councilor Del Rosario. By the way, we wish to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Fred Perdon of GNA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kaso bago po, nagparahalat na si Assistant City Accountant. Baka po naghahalat lang ng apudan na siya na po ang mataram.
Okay, in which case, we will go back to this item. We temporarily suspend discussion of this. The secretary is instructed to ask the assistant accountant to come before us. Next item.
Letter dated September 26, inviting Mr. Willie Prillas of the City Planning into this regular session to render an update on the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and the 30-year Sustainable Development Plan. Mr. Prillas is in abroad, Mr. Chair.
What?
In abroad, Mr. Prillas.
Mr. Wilfredo Prillas Jr. is outside the country.
There is an email, Mr. Chair, from Mr. Willie Prillas saying that, may I again seek your indulgence as I will not be able to attend today's regular session. I am on my way.
Last session, he was also not around, right? Okay, please proceed.
Letter dated September 25, 2017 of Mr. Ramon Albios, City Assessor, submitting...
By the way, insofar as item number 6, we will again invite Mr. Willie Prillas Jr. for the next session. Kindly continue, Mr. Secretary.
The letter dated September 25 from the City Assessor, submitting a certified copy of tax declaration of the 12 school sites requested by the DepEd Region 5 Division of City Schools.
This matter is pending before the Committee on City Properties in connection with the request of the Department of Education to donate to it the properties named in the letter, listed in the letter. Councilor Del Castillo.
I have not seen such matter, Mr. Chair, before the Committee on City Properties.
The Secretary? To which committee?
Only one property, that property in Balatas, occupied by the Balatas Elementary School.
Yes, but there is a request coming from the Department of Education for the city to donate the properties, the lands where certain school buildings are erected.
So,
where did we To which committee was this item referred to? Mr. Secretary?
Tin.
I think the request was included in the calendar about session 2 sessions ago. And we referred this to the appropriate committee.
Nonetheless, I will check, Mr. Chair, but again, I will request the Secretariat to inform me about that.
So item 7 is referred to the Committee on City Properties. Next item.
The letter dated September 19, 2017 of Chief Inspector Jose Calios, Fire Chief Inspector, Central Fire Marshal, expressing full support to the implementation of proposed ordinance revising ordinance number 2008-067.
Same committee. We refer this to the Committee on Public Safety. Councilor Baldemoro?
Could we go back, Mr. Chair, to item concerning the city accountant?
Okay. So we go back to item number 5.
5 and 5A, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The invitation to the budget officer and to the city accountant to shed light on the June 2017 payroll of 75 barangay tanods who serve as citizen patrol.
The rules are suspended. The assistant city accountant is requested to approach the podium. Ms. Ruby Singson.
To the members of this august body, headed by our Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, to the city councilors and their counterparts from the OSCA, all invited guests, Diyos maray na aga po sa Tuyagabos. Now, I am here today to represent our city accountant, Ma'am Ching Tabinas, who is currently on travel to attend a seminar in Baguio. So, the city accountant was invited to shed light on the claims of the citizen patrol for the period June 1 to 30, 2017. So, may I present the matrix that was asked by the city accountant to be prepared. So in this matrix, we are presenting the claims by the citizen patrol who are at the same time receiving city counterpart as barangay tanod volunteers. So for the period June 30, 2017, there were 74 barangay tanods coming from 18 barangays of the city of Naga who claimed the amount of 5,600 pesos each as citizen patrol. Also attached to this matrix, sa next pages po, is a job order issued by the city mayor for the citizen patrol for a rate of 280 pesos per day. So, for the period pong June 1 to 30, ang DTR pong nindang naka-attach to the payroll showed 20 actual days na service. So, totaling po 5,600 each. Now, the city accountant directed us to prepare this matrix to show na they received the 5,600 for their appointment as citizen patrol and at the same time received 1,300 pesos as the city counterpart for barangay tanods. So we prepared this table, and for the 49 of the 74 citizen patrol, okay lang po si prepared na matrix. It means there was no conflict in their actual work schedule, actual service. But for the next page down po, for the 25 others, we found out na yung DTR pong submitted after checking the payroll for the period of June, we found out na yung payroll pong sa DTR submitted attached to the payroll, may conflict po sa actual work hours. They served as citizen patrol for the same time that they served as tanod, barangay tanod. So with these findings, after the preparation of this matrix, the city accountant would like to recommend that these 25 tanod at the same time acting as citizen patrol should refund daw po yung portion that they received as city counterpart for barangay tanod, 1,300 each, or a total refund of 32,500 for the 25. So for the June 30, 2017, I would also like to share that the appointment attached, page down po, for the job order is only for the period June 1 to June 30, 2017. At 280 per day, yung citizen patrol po, their designation is barangay traffic aid. So, hindi naman po naka-indicate kung ilang hours sila magsiserve. But the DTRs attached showed that they worked from 6 a.m. to 12 noon and 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. as barangay traffic aid. And then po, but the project proposal attached to this job order shows that the citizen patrol, the program will run from June to December 2017. As of now po, we have not yet received any claims for additional payroll for citizen patrol. But we continue to process the payroll for the city counterpart for the barangay tanods of 1,300 each per month. So, that is all.
Is that all?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ruby Singson, Councilor Salvador del Castillo, and then Councilor Greg Abonal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, apot ko lang, Mr. Chair, kay Ruby, sa in-tabi charge ini yung payroll na ini for June. Anong particular appropriation account charge?
Yes po. For the citizen patrol po.
Yes.
For the citizen patrol po, the OBR request came from the PSO, Public Safety Office. But the actual fund charging po, I'm not privy to the actual, itong mga special codes pong ina-assign ng budget. Maybe we can ask the budget po kung sa inidapig actual charge. Nakalagay lang po kasi sa OBR is requesting is the PSO, pero may coding pong naka-assign sa OBR, may specific coding pong naka-assign sa budget office po.
So, with that, Mr. Chair, dahil masisimbag ni Ruby, squarely, si apot ko kunsay na particular account
Yes,
sa under the current budget charge. But na-observe ko lang, Mr. Chair, na it appears na full-time employee in Ican City. So, igwan na rin so, itong pigalitang ko kan inot na itong may, sabi ko na may legal implication, nagluwas na talaga, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, importante pong maaraman ta kung sa ina budget item ini-pick charge and by whose authority. Kasi kung pwede man pala mag-charge sa budget item na iyan by this authority, ano man ta nagpa-aram pa sa to? Kita na lugod ang nag-authorize. yung July, August, September.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal. Is there anybody from the Budget Office who can help us out clarifying this particular item, aside from Mr. Frank Mendoza? Malo? Malo? Can we request Malo? So that once and for all, we complete our discussion on this. The Secretary is requested to request the presence of Malu, Ms. Malu Del Castillo. Councilor Del Castillo.
So, in connection with this 25, igwang maabot na payroll representing the payment for July, August, and September. So, suggestion ko lang sa accounting office, since dubli, nagkay ko ng dubling pag-duty. Dahil mo pwede mag-duty ang sarong tao sa duwang, you cannot serve a master at the same time, two masters at the same time rather. Ang nagsabay si duty. So definitely, dahil siya pwede duman sa saro, siguro suggestion ko na lang sa accounting office, you deduct this overpayment. And be sure na dahil na mautro na overlap si oras na pag-duty. Because si Pigaaditan ko, nahiling ko na si konkretong retrato. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Greg Abonal, and then Councilor Del Rosario. After Councilor Abonal.
Earlier, Mr. Chairman, duman sa pagsasabing overlap, ang desisyon, kaltason duman sa 1-3, bakong duman sa 5 something. Ano po ta duman sa sadit could be kaltas? Ano ta ba ko duman sa dakula? Ang rate.
Would you like to respond to that, Councilor Del Castillo, to the question?
No, hindi naman po si Councilor Del Castillo ang...
Kung ako naaputon si Chair, dapat dahil na magbayad ng 280 per day. Because they already received the 1,300 pesos city counterpart per month. Siyempre, ang gobyerno dahil dapat magpalugi. Duman kita pirmi sa dakula na mabalik sa gobyerno. So, that's why I'm saying na be sure na si mga maaragi pang claim, kung arog pa kayang sitwasyon, dahil na dapat mag-agi. Dahil na dapat bayadan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
No, sa question ko po, can we please show yung previous page nito? Ito pong 25 nito, ang sabi, DepEd aprobaran dahil iguaning overlap. And the solution seems to be, what I heard was na kakaltason digri sa 1-3. Si overlap na period. Ano to sa 1-3 kakaltason? Bakong sa 5-6?
Ay.
Ang rate kang 5-6, mas dakula kaysa kang sa 1-3.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Okay.
Yes,
Ms. Singson.
may I respond? Yung recommendation po ni Ma'am Ching na yung counterpart ang i-refund, it's because po, since na-process po ining payroll ng Citizen Patrol for July, maana pong nagsunod na payroll for the Citizen Patrol. Although the program was supposed to run from June to December, nakalaag po duman sa project proposal for Citizen Patrol that the program will run from June to December 2017. Pero itong appointment po ninda as Barangay Traffic Aid na Citizen Patrol nga ni ida po for the period was only for June 2017, June 1 to 30. After po kayan, maanang nagsunod. But the Tanod City counterpart is a regular payroll pong pigpaprocess sa office mi monthly. So katong nahiling ni kang after po ni request ining ng sanggunian po ining tungkol igdi sa Citizen Patrol payroll for the month of June, and na found out mi po nga ni after this report na may overlapping katong claim, ang nasuggest po ni ma'am ang i-refund itong city counterpart kasi pwede mi pong sa next na processing i-hold yung 1-3. Although yung sa Citizen Patrol po, by job order kaya yung appointment ninda po. And pa man pong nagsunod na payroll na prinases sa office mi po. So, yun lang po yun si naging recommendation. Pero, day mi pa man po, withhold, pa po kami day pa po kami nagsura to inform the barangay na magkakaigwa ng specific refund or kung what amount po ang sa indang i-refund. Na-found out mi lang po na yung actual DTR submitted and attached to the payroll, i-state ko din po na the Tanod City counterpart payroll was yun po yung nainot na prinases. Usually po kaya on the same month na claim at the end of last week of the month, nalaog na po yung mga payroll and they are paid first week kang ensuing month, itong next month. So yung Tanod City counterpart po, most of those payrolls ng barangay for the Tanod City counterpart were paid July 4, 2017. Yung Citizen Patrol po, prinases sa office mi sa month na ng July. So tapos nang bayaran yung Tanod City counterpart. So they po masyado na check na igwa na ang DTRs palan is the same ang inattach. Although upon after po pinipare mi ining report, we conducted nag-question man po kami sa ibang Tanod, Barangay Tanod na nakaduman po sa office mi and sa PSO kasi yung DTR po ng Citizen Patrol is certified by the PSO. Yung DTR pong ina-attach sa city counterpart for Barangay Tanods are signed by the punong barangay. So magkaiba po si nag-sign, so they na-check na parehas po ang oras na naka-reflect. And nag-certify sila sa payroll na yung services rendered were valid, legal, proper. Talagang nag-render ng service for the R stated in the DTR. So duman nag-rely ang accounting office sa mga certification ninda. Pero po after checking nga, kang naaraman mi po, may sinasabi po yung sa ibang nag-serve as Citizen Patrol na actually bako man dayan ng oras na sa indang pigre-render. They only serve po as Citizen Patrol na augmentation sa traffic aid during rush hours. Kaso po, ang prepare ng mga DTR na certified po ng PSO is parehas po araw yan, 6 a.m. to 12, 1 to 6 p.m. To show lang po, yung sa matrix, kung may hiling po, as Barangay Tanod, nagluluwas, although mayong overlapping ng work, ang naka-reflect naman po sa mga tanod na oras, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., nagluluwas, manang pahingalo si Tanod. Mga 2 hours na lang, manasindang rest. Tapos yun naman pong si 25 man na may recommendation kami to refund, talagang the same si oras na naka-reflect. So, ang reason da po is, iyo kasi yata ang tiglalaglag. So, iyo lang po yata, copy, sabi nga ni Nagaro, copy, pinararehas gabos. Pero sa actual da po, bako man.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ruby Singson. Councilor Joselito Del Rosario.
Thank you, Ma'am Ruby. I understand the first time mong mag-appear sa
Yes po. Pasensya na po.
Mas maliwanag mag-isa sa madihon ko.
Sorry.
Anyway, dahil man tumaangkot sa ko, dahil man nagdadalan kang live tang ano. Pero promote. Earlier, Mr. Chair, sabi po ni Councilor Del Castillo na iparipand ini pong ano, I am seconding the motion of Councilor Del Castillo.
So the City Accounting Office will take the necessary measure to ensure that your own recommendation is carried out.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Greg Abonel.
Mr. Chairman, makaduda ang transaksyon. Ang pagdududa baka, Mr. Chairman, dahil man kay puan probaran. Sinasabi ko lang na dudan logod ako, ano. May nakakadarong kaya, like, 6 to 12 is 6 hours. 1 to 6 is 5 hours. That's 11.
More than.
That's 11 hours. Last week sabi ta, full-time yan ta, 8 hours. More than full-time nga na ipalan.
More than.
Pagkatapos, now we hear, nabakuman ngayon ang oras pagtatrabaho mo eh. Pag-rush hours man sa nupalan ngayon. This whole thing simply is a sham. Pandaraya ni.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yun na nga niyan, Mr. Chair, sinabi ko last week, na si mga simbagta, ay si mga putta, simbagan mo na, bago kita mag-approve gatong appropriations. Pin-approve na. So, what are we talking about here? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakidan Arroyo. If there is no more question, we will now excuse Ms. Ruby Singson.
Thank you
Thank
po.
you.
Thank you. Salamat po.
Thank you. Councilor Greg.
Mr. Chairman, since I voted in favor of the winning side dun sa 3 months, I move for reconsideration. And the reconsideration, Mr. Chairman, is to stay, is to hold implementation of that particular ordinance.
Okay. Is there a second? There being none, we proceed to the next item. Okay. Is there an objection to the motion? In the absence of an objection, the motion, yes, Councilor Del Rosario, are you objecting to the motion expressed by Councilor Greg Abonal?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I'm not really that familiar sa rules. When somebody says na is reconsideration.
The motion for reconsideration is proper under our rules of procedure.
Yeah, I just don't know kung ano po ang masunod. But if there'll be a major change naman sa earlier decision, then I object to the...
Okay. So, there being an objection, we decide to divide. Yes, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Sir Chairman, you will recall na mas nga ni day ako pabor kan si Ginibo na piglaygay defense si pagbayad kadtong sa mga tanod na yon. Ang sabi ko, dahil pigtrabahuhan, bayadan. You know, napalukso ta sinda, nagparatrabaho sinda, sa pagtubod na babayadan sinda sa July, August, September. But now here, we are talking about an earlier month's application and I'm hearing sinanigans. Bako man pala 8 hours ang trabaho. In fact, sa record nga ni 11 hours, 10 hours. Pagkatapos dahil man pala ang tatrabaho ng araw kayan, I would assume, Mr. Chairman, na so diferensya kan June, pareho man kan diferensya kan si July, August, September. That is why, mas hinagboto ko kadto pabor na bayadan dahil pigtrabahuhan, duda na po ako, Mr. Chairman, na si pigtrabahuhan, angkop sa pig-report na pigbayadan sinda. That's why I am moving for a stay of the application of the implementation of that particular ordinance. And rikisahon na maray bago magbayad. So tama sa nang bayad, duman sa pigtrabahuhan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, nahiling ta subago na explain ni Ma'am Nasingson na out of the 74, only 25 si igwang duplication. So, substantial man si compliance. It's only 25 si piganotang mag-refund. Pero base po si documents sa pig-submitin dahil pig-hiling kang City Accounting Office, si 25 lang si may duplication. So, yun lang to si papaulita. Sa ili ko dahil manggayo sa... Kasi Mrs. Chair, again, we also appeal to the reason of some members of the council. Maray po kung overwhelming na the entire 75 talagang sala si documents sa pig-submit, out of the 74, only 25. So si iba, diligent man and religious man sa pag-observe kang si ano. I think it should not be the major basis. We should backtrack on our previous decision, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Greg Abonel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Malinawan po si sinabi kang Assistant City Accountant na itong gabos, sa gabos na mga names, nagluluwas 2 hours lang ang pahingalo. Gabos. Sa mga schedules, 2 hours lang. Kung kita po pipresentaran kang araw kaya na data, maniniwala po kita na 2 hours lang ang pahingalo and we are tolerating it na 2 hours lang ang pahingalo kan sa mga nagtatrabaho for the city. I think i-review ta po talagang maray. No? Not necessarily para i-withdraw iyang amount na iyan, but i-determine ta talaga pira si oras na ipinagtrabaho. Kasi kung ang oras na ipinagtrabaho, iyo talaga yan, then we cannot tolerate that. Dahil po tugutan na 2 hours lang ang pahingalo kan sa itong mga nagtatrabaho katabang ta. So I support the motion of Councilor Abonal, not so much as to the isang bayadan. Bako man arugan ang motion. Ang motion is silingon ta talaga. Tabaha ma-ombudsman po kita digdi. Nagbabayad kita sa expenditure na dahil man talaga na-incur or there is resulting abuse sa satong mga katabang sa satuyang paggobernar. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Being the proponent, Mr. Chair, last session, ay naintindihan ko na si Punto. So, bako man sa day babayadan, but hilingon si mga documents. Okay, thank you, Mr.
The motion states that we suspend the processing for the payment for the months of July, August, and September. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Sir Chairman, ilinawan ko lang po ito na kutanad duman lang daw sa 25 na may diferensya. The statement was clear na they were not really rendering yung full hours. Bako man daw applicable naman sa 25 lang. It's very clear that it applies to all na pag-rush hours sa naman.
That is why the motion is for the suspension,
Yes.
not only on the 25, but for the 75. Okay? So, is the Honorable Joselito Del Rosario maintaining his opposition? That is contrary to the motion, and therefore we consider that as an objection. Given that there is an objection to the motion, those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3,
4.
4.
Those against, kindly raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can we ask the presence of Councilor Baldimoro? Okay. Those who voted in favor of the motion are, of course, Councilor Abonal, Councilor Labadia Jr., Councilor Rakid Arroyo, and Councilor Salvador del Castillo. Okay? Those against the motion, again, kindly raise your right hand.
5.
Is there an abstention?
1.
Okay. By a vote of 4 in favor of the motion, 5 against, and 1 abstention, the motion is defeated. We proceed to the next item.
The report to the Committee on Environment.
Who will render the report? Committee on Environment. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, may I move for the acknowledgement of the report?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
This is the committee report of the Committee on Environment for the committee hearing held on September 11. We have only one item taken up during that committee hearing, Mr. Chairman, and that was the letter dated July 24, 2017 of Punong Barangay Lorenzo Narvaez, Barangay Santa Cruz City, endorsing Barangay Resolution number 46 entitled Resolution earnestly endorsing to the Honorable Sangguniang Palunsod the application of Graceland Food Industries Incorporated for the proposed construction of 3-story building along PDS Street in J. Hernandez for proper disposition. May I move directly to the disposition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
The disposition on motion of Honorable Julian Labadia Jr., seconded by Honorable Jose Ranyola. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to request po ng Barangay Lorenzo Narvaez o Barangay Santa Cruz to favorably endorse the project and issue the corresponding barangay clearance based on the findings and certification of different offices concerned. By the way, Mr. Chairman, I wish to inform the body that as far as the City Planning and Development Coordinator is concerned, in the zoning, they have already issued a zoning certification on this particular project, stating that the area is highly commercial in nature. And as far as the Office of the City Engineer is concerned, they are just waiting for the environmental clearance certificate coming from the DNR so that they can issue the corresponding building permit. But the clearance from the barangay is necessary before the DNR can process the ECC for the project. In that the proponent, the Graceland, will be constructing a wastewater treatment facility in the area as a compliance of the requirement of the DNR. That's an additional information, Mr. So I will reiterate the disposition of the committee that we endorse, that we recommend to, the committee is recommending that we request Punong Barangay Narvaez to favorably endorse the project and issue the corresponding barangay clearance.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, may we know, to your knowledge, whether or not this particular item is related to an ombudsman case against the city?
That's what I was also about to ask. If any one of us knows about an alleged case already filed before the Office of the Ombudsman
officially
involving this issue.
Officially, Mr. Chairman, I have no knowledge about that.
Unofficially,
I heard some rumors that apparently somebody have filed a case before the Ombudsman, but I don't know who the parties are to the case.
can we be extra concerned about this by deferring our disposition on this particular item until and after we are clarified about?
On my own, Mr. Chair, I cannot overrule the decision of the committee. So I have to consult the members of the committee.
Who are the members of the committee?
The members of the committee is Councilor Labadia, Councilor Abunal, Councilor De Asis,
Councilor
Yes,
Rakid Arroyo and Councilor
Ranyola.
Ranyola. So,
Labadia, Ranyola, De Asis, Arroyo, and
so
myself.
may we request the members that we defer our disposition on this? I
agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Ranyola. Yes, Councilor Rentoy.
It says here that we are instructing the local government of Santa Cruz to endorse the project and to issue corresponding barangay clearance. Do we have the authority to instruct them to do that, or it's within their own discretion? If the barangay Santa Cruz, if the barangay governments of Santa Cruz says that it is proper for them to issue corresponding clearances, and then they may do so. It's not for us to tell them that they have to issue such issuances, Mr. Chair.
The chairman,
Can I
please.
respond? In the first place, Mr. Chairman, this matter should not have been endorsed to this body. Within the barangay level, they can already act on this. But because they have forwarded this matter to the Sangguniang Palunsod, then the Sangguniang Palunsod acted and it was referred to the Committee on Environment. And with that, the committee also act on the referral. And during the committee hearing, Punong Barangay Narbais was present. And Punong Barangay Narbais told us that if the Sangguniang Palunsod will tell him to endorse the project, he is willing to do so.
Although that is not the concern of the Honorable Rentoy, the issue is whether or not we have the authority.
Yes, I already mentioned, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, it should not have been referred to the Sangguniang Palunsod because it is within the powers of the barangay to act on this particular matter.
Councilor Rentoy, Councilor Labadia, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
This matter, Mr. Chairman, I object to the disposition considering that the city government of Naga is a distinct and separate entity with regard the barangay government of Santa Cruz, which is also considered as a local government.
Okay. Your objection is noted. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, ang Graceland nagsunod sa gabos na papeles na hinahagad kang lokal na gobyerno kang syudad. Ngunyan, si Kapitan Narvaez, di siya makadesisyon. Ang sabi niya sa committee, kung i-endorse na kang sanggunian, mapirma siya. I will stand on the decision of the committee considering na whether sunodun niya, maybe si wording duman, Mr. Chairman, na we are requesting the punong barangay to reconsider or the decision of the barangay councils of Santa Cruz, kang sa indang decision man kung ano man yan, na favorably, pigi-endorse ta. Dahil makita, matatawan sala dyan, ang sinasabi man lang, ano ang sinasabi kang ordinansa? Pwede magtugdok, iyo o dae. Pwede. So, dapat nga ni, sabi ni Councilor Body, our chairman, dapat na nakaabot yan sa muya. Pero nahihiling tang naghahagad tabang si punong barangay, di sabihan ta, sige, pirmahan mo. Para ma-endorse niya, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Jose Ranyola.
During the meeting of the committee, Mr. Chair, I was on official function. I gave a talk at the Naga College Foundation. That's why I'm reading the facts and findings. May we know for clarity the reason of the barangay council for not giving the clearance? And why is it asking our intervention when the matter may be resolved by them? Either they say yes or no to the application. Why are they passing it to the Sanggunian? So two matters that I wish to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pigapot mi, Mr. Chair, si punong barangay Narbais, manungod kang bagay na yan. Kasi ako, may personal position is that they dapat think forward sa sangguniang panunsod because it is within the authority of the barangay to handle this matter. Kundi ang sabi ni punong barangay Narbais, pero kaya dahil sinda nakakadesisyon. Dahil sinda nakakadesisyon, takot sinda magdesisyon dahil baka ireklamo sinda. So for me, it's nonsense. Because if you are handling a position in government, you must be accountable for all your action. And facing charges either in the ombudsman or any other forum is part of that accountability issue. So, an issue, Mr. Chair, dahil nakakadesisyon ang barangay Santa Cruz, hindi punong barangay of Santa Cruz, kaya nakaabot sa Sangguniang Panunsod.
Councilor Jose Ranyola.
Well, I would like to explain why I acceded to the request of the chair. First, as you have said, there is a seeming case against the Graceland. So, I acceded that maybe we can hold this. But on the disposition of the committee, I stand on it. Because I was there when Punong Barangay Narbais asked the help of the committee. Because it seems that there is a complainant, a certain Mr. Limhoko, who is complaining about the Graceland having a building in there. So they are now not in a position to give their own disposition. So that is why they asked help from the Sangguniang Panglunsod. And as said by our chairman, we acceded because everything was there.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Jose Ranyola. Can we first determine whether or not there is a pending action and its implication insofar as the action that we also intend to take? Councilor Labadia Jr.
I saw it, Mr. Chairman, in the FB. Just for information, Mr. Chairman, na pag duman ni Mayor kadtong ma-meeting kita ko na nag-meeting kamo kay BP, ito si schedule na pinapaapod siya kang ombudsman. And a day after, nagluwas sa Facebook tong sarong lawyer na yung siya nagkaso sa iya, piko-congratulate na si Mayor na na-dismiss na itong pigkaso sa iya sa ombudsman on this issue. Kaya nga sabi ko, si Mayor sa kasi lawyer ng kalaban niya, nagpa-picture pa sindandua. Nasa FB yan. So, dismiss na ito, Mr. Chairman. Pero based sa FB, bako man officially na may kapot kita.
Okay. So, if it is all right, we suspend our disposition on this. I will personally check on the case being referred to, and then if we can decide after obtaining necessary information.
Mr. Chairman, the members of the committee are nodding, so meaning to say they are agreeable that we defer consideration.
Okay.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Market Affairs.
Market Affairs Committee.
Mr. Chairman, may I request acknowledgement of my committee report?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were only 2 items, Mr. Chairman, that were tackled in the Committee on Market Affairs last September 27. Number 1, letter dated September 8, 2017 of Mr. Ramon G. Florendo, Market Superintendent, Naga City People's Mall, requesting for amendment on Article 2, Section 2 of the City Ordinance number 2014-004. This pertains, Mr. Chairman, to the night market ikaw kakit lang night market, pero pag bulan ng September, bawal ang night market. Saka itong bulan ng May na concern igwa ni summer pluvial procession, Mr. Chairman. Itong mga nagna-night market, kung maaring lugod, sinda magiging maugma dahil gulpiyo ng mga tao, kadakol-dakol ng mga tao, pero bawal ang night market. Kaya ini po ang pigsurat sa tuya ni Mr. Ramon G. Florindo. Mr. Chairman, may I go direct to the disposition?
Please proceed.
On motion of Honorable Gregorio Abonal, seconded by Punong Barangay J. Madjoy Antonio, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panunsod to pass an ordinance amending Ordinance Number 2014-004 as amended, particularly Article 2, Section 2 thereof. So I move, Mr. Chairman.
Do we already have the proposed amendatory ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, kang ipasar ang 2014-004, ano si rason kung taano ibinugtak yan, Mr. Chairman?
Ito pong...
the Chairman? Yes.
Ito pong 2014, ang inot po kanina nag-sponsor si Consial Babet Labadia, Mr. Chairman. Ini yung establishing, an ordinance establishing and regulating a night market in the city of Naga. Alagad, Mr. Chairman.
By Babet Labadia, you are referring to the wife of...
Yes, the original
Julian Labadia,
wife of Honorable Julian Labadia, Honorable Babet Labadia. But Mr. Chairman, nakapalamang kayo duman, pag bulan ng September, bawal ang night market. Kaya medyo mapungaman, si mga nagna-night market, kung nuwarin sinda magiging maugma, gulpiyo ng mga tao, bawal ang night market. Kaya dumang sinda nag-request ng amendment na ang pinagbabawal lang itong panahon na igwa ng pluvial procession, talagang bawal. Pero pagkatapos kang pluvial procession, pwede sindang magkaigwa ng night market. So I move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The next.
Councilor Labadia.
Ang natatandaan ko, Mr. Chairman, kung taano na ibugtak yan, may pigri-request, Mr. Chairman, si mga tindahan digdi sa Raya kang from Benito Commercial hanggang duman sa Pacific, bako naman pala Pacific, Atlantic Bakery. Yang street na yan, Mr. Chairman, sa panahon na yan, sobra man ang pagkabisi kang mga tindahan. Sibut sindang maray. And tandaan ta, Mr. Chairman, sinda ang nag-request kung pwedeng daiman duman matindahan. Dahil ining mga nagtitirinda digdi, Mr. Chairman, yung man na si Daracula na nagtataong buwis sa lokal na gobyerno kang syudad. Kaya sa kuya, pwede man ini yung particular na sinasabi, pero i-identify ta si mga lugar na dai pwede. Ang nalulugi man digdi, Mr. Chairman, si mga establishmento, though nag-uugman si nagna-night market, nagaanggot man sa tuya si nagbabayad sa city government ng Dakula. Kaya ako, Mr. Chairman, okay ako yan, pero i-identify ta kung arin ang mga lugar. Kung baga gusto nila sa Tinampo, di pwede sa middle, kung basta aprobaran ta, o kung ano ang mga possible na pwedeng sistema. Basta gusto tang mapaugma digdi, Mr. Chairman, sa ordinansang ini, na pigaamin daranta, mapaugma ta gabos, bako lang si nagtitinda. Iyo man yan ang punto ko, Mr. Chairman. Para matawan tang linaw ni Mr. Chairman, itao lang si proposed ordinance, and then lumang kita pwede mag-ibo na sa September, iyon lang ni ang mga lugar na pwedeng dagos-dagos, Mr. Chairman.
So we still have to see the amendatory ordinance unless the same is already submitted. Not yet, Christine. Okay. So can you submit the proposed amendatory ordinance next regular session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Greg Abonal.
The letter of Mr. Mon Florendo, Mr. Chairman, already indicated the proposed amendment. Only it's not in there. That's the proposed amendment. Only it's not in a mandatory ordinance form.
Okay. Nonetheless, this should be contained in the proposed amendatory ordinance. So we will have to wait for that. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Kagawa.
We are
Jun.
taking note, however, of the recommendation of the committee. Okay.
Okay, noted, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Next item, Mr. Chairman, letter dated August 8, 2017 of Mr. Roberto F. Pactora, requesting for clearance relative to the proposed Calawag San Felipe Market located at Marcelo L. Pactora Street, corner Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road.
Okay.
Christine, kindly plus the proposed market. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Gregorio Abonal, seconded by Punong Barangay J. Madjoy Antonio, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panunsod to direct the City Planning Development Office to conduct technical evaluation of the documents to be submitted by Mr. Roberto F. Pactora for their proposed Calawag San Felipe Satellite Market located at Marcelo L. Pactora Street, corner Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road. Furthermore, request the market superintendent, the city office, and the public safety office for their comments and recommendations. So I move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's end my report.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal Castillo. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Reorganization.
Okay, Councilor Ray Arrentoy for the report.
Mr. Chairman, may I seek acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Reorganization.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
2 items, Mr. Chairman, but the committee had no quorum during the hearing conducted, so I move that we constitute ourselves as a committee of the whole.
Any second? Same is approved.
Letter dated August 25, 2017 of His Honor the City Mayor of the City vetoing 2 portions of Ordinance 2017-053 and to amend Section 6 and 7 of Article 2. Disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter, Mr. Chairman. May we please acknowledge Councilor Baldemoro as to some...
Councilor Elmer Baldemoro.
May I request, Mr. Chair, to defer this matter and to calendar on the next session.
But before that, may we ask the pleasure, Mr. Chairman, what we offer the Honorable Master Arroyo as to this.
Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo.
This ordinance, Mr. Chair, has long been requested, especially by the executive. But if it is the pleasure of this August Chamber, as moved by Councilor Baldemoro, that we defer the matter, I would have no objection.
So we calendar the same for the next regular session, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
this matter is deferred. The Secretary...
Not anymore part of the committee, but in the plenary discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the Secretary is instructed to include in the calendar for our next regular session the subject ordinance as well as the veto of the Mayor.
Item number 2, proposed ordinance by the Honorable Salvador del Castillo repealing ordinance number 2014-005 entitled An Ordinance Creating the Procurement Office under the Office of the City Mayor, thereby abolishing the said office. The same is deferred, Mr. Chairman, for the next hearing.
Okay, so the same is deferred.
That ends the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ray Arrentoy. It's now 12:45. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Report to the Committee on Transport.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the Committee on
Your
Transport?
report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was conducted September 6, 2017. As to the first item, Mr. Chair, there is a pending matter about the request of Ma'am Miriam O. Espanyo. By the way, in attendance, Mr. Chair, were Councilor Del Castillo, Baldemoro, Sanchez Jr., Mr. Derilay, and Ms. Cabantog. The Liga President was absent. As to the disposition on the first item, finding the documents submitted as complete and in order on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Honorable Baldemoro and Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of a resolution granting transfer of Tremobile franchise to Miriam O. Espanyo. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Second item, first endorsement dated September 8, 2017, endorsing the new applications for Tremobile franchise of the following. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Del Castillo and jointly seconded by Honorable Baldemoro and Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of resolutions approving transfer of franchise from Erlinda R. Avila to Pablo A. Avila Jr. of Zone 6 Parkview Executive San Felipe, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Item number 3, the first endorsement dated September 14, endorsing the new applications for Tremobile franchise of the following. I go directly to the dispositive portion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Finding the documents as submitted to be complete and in order on motion of Honorable Baldemoro, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolutions approving transfer of Tremobile franchise to the following persons. 1, from Erlinda A. Asuer to Sharon A. Asuer of Zone 7, Bilmar Homes, Mamuton Street, Calawag, Naga City.
Any second? The same is approved.
These are for 2 units. Another, Mr. Chair, from Francisco Gracilla to Melanie D. Villesta of Zone 1, Del Rosario, Naga City. I also move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
And confirmation of the franchise to Joey and Lopez of San Isidro, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? The same is approved.
Next item, first endorsement dated September 20, endorsing the new applications for Tremobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, considering that the unit is already in the name of the applicant on motion of Honorable Del Castillo and jointly seconded by Honorable Baldemoro and Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang for the passage of resolution confirming the transfer of Tremobile franchise to from Salve Malaluan to Joel L. Barakel of Garcia Street, Sabang, Naga City.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of 3 resolutions covering Tremobile units with sidecar numbers 0437, 0510, 0605, and for the transfer of Tremobile franchise to from Edwin R. Yamson to Erickson D. Yamson of Villa Oviedo Subdivision, Carray, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated July 17 of Ms. Conchita Sambo of Cararayan, the city, applying Tremobile franchise in Balatas, Cararayan route. As to the disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to refer the application of Ms. Conchita Sambo to the Tremobile Task Force for evaluation.
Any second?
So move.
Same is approved.
Number 6, undated letter of Mr. Rodel Taniegra requesting extension of registration of his Tremobile franchise due to delayed documents from the SSS. So, as to the disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter and invite Mr. Taniegra on the next committee hearing, Mr. I so move.
Okay, the same is approved.
Number 7, letter dated September 5 of Ms. Nila Layones, Tremobile operator, requesting clarification that she will pay the amnesty fee of 55,000. As to the disposition, Mrs. Chair, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to direct the Tremobile Task Force to process the Tremobile franchise under the name of Ms. Nelia Layones and further resolved not to require payment of amnesty fee.
Any second? Same is approved.
Number 8, Mr. Chair, request resolution from San Isidro Trimobile Special Franchise Operator Driver Association entitled, quote, resolution accepting the application of Mr. Joy B. Lopez of Zone 3, San Isidro, as member of SITS PODA, and upon the approval of this application for Trimobile Franchise Brown Zone. So the matter was taken up simultaneously on same concern of Joy and Lopez under number 3. As to the disposition, Mayo. To be calendared next meeting. Napasain siya no kanina. Ay, yes. Doon sa previous pala, no. Already granted pala, no. Really sa previous item, yes. Next item, Mr. Chair. Letter dated September 6 of Punong Barangay Maria Corazon Peñaflor requesting for reconsideration of her Trimobile franchise. As to the disposition, considering the request for reconsideration to renew Trimobile franchise has been resolved by the SP to deny if the period has prescribed. On motion of Honor Del Castillo, duly seconded, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to deny the request of Punong Barangay Corazon Peñaflor for reconsideration to renew Trimobile franchise. This is a request of Punong Barangay Peñaflor to asking for an extension of time to process her papers with SSS and the BIR.
Any comment on this?
So I move to deny, Mr. Chair, the request of Punong Barangay Peñaflor.
It seems to me that we are not sure if the filing of the motion for reconsideration was within the allowed period. If you read the disposition, it says to deny if the period has prescribed. There is no definitive determination that the filing of the motion for reconsideration was done outside the period. Councilor Del Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we'll remember, Mr. Chair, we passed 3 resolutions concerning franchises which were not renewed during the prescribed period. And that was passed sometime in March of this year. And we only given a maximum of 30 days on which to comply with the requirement. But the letter of Punong Barangay Peñaflor was only dated September 6, 2017, or long before the prescribed period has expired. So with that considering that so many months have already elapsed after the expiration of the period given by this body, so this representation move that we deny.
May I seek clarification? When was the motion for reconsideration filed before us?
Only on September 6.
September 6.
Yes.
When did the Punong Barangay receive the notice?
Pero mga April pa, Mr. Chair.
April?
Yes.
May we know from the Secretary? Do we have records showing the date the Punong Barangay received our notice? Because the date of receipt should be the reckoning period, not the date that we pass our resolution. It should be the date of receipt by the concerned party. Anyway, can we check this later on? Okay.
Okay,
Please
so next
continue with your report.
we defer the matter. Next item, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Number 10, letter dated September 7 of Mr. Domingo L. Porlaje Jr., Manager, Piston, Development, Multipurpose and Transport Service, submitting BOD Resolution Number 5, Series 2017, As to the disposition, pending the result of the observation of the test run of E-Trikes from EB Weld, PROSA, and BMAC to be observed today, the other day, by the members of the committee to travel the road going to Panikwason. We will go to Panikwason. The body resolved to defer the matter. Okay. So I move that we defer the matter.
This item is deferred.
Letter number 11, letter dated September 1 of Mr. Ben Barameda, OIC, TESARD, TMC, PSO, submitting report on the test run of EB Weld trikes and recommending for its approval. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to take note of the letter by Mr. Ben Barameda. The matter will be consolidated together with the report of the PNP after the result of the uphill run of E-Trikes of EB Weld, PROSA, and BMAC with 1 unit each with 6 passengers going to Panikwason, which will be personally supervised by the members of the committee today, September 27. As to this disposition, Mr. Chair, we will consolidate the report after we had completed and the necessary documentary requirements are in. We will consolidate the report and we will be submitting the final report next session, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
By the way, Mr. Chair, the uphill run was conducted September 27. Our committee report was dated September 6. So, i-adjust na lang po siguro yun.
Okay.
Next item, Mr. Chair. Letter dated September 13 of Ms. Christine Josel Pedron, Sales Associate, BMAC, Electric Transportation Philippines, Incorporated, requesting for 30 days demo operation for BMAC 68 BM model with piston cooperative. As to the disposition, on motion of Honorable Baldemoro, duly seconded, the body resolved to deny the request of BMAC for E-Trike test run, considering the period had been concluded. The proponent may, however, conduct its own test run of their newly acquired units, but shall not convey passengers. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Item number 13, first endorsement. First endorsement dated September 6 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the letter dated August 14 of Mr. Ralph O. Ligaspi, Chief Executive Officer, Tojo Motors, expressing comment on E-Trike ordinance. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, there are 2 items discussed. One, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded, the body resolved to deny the request of Tojo Motors Corporation to support their financing option for the E-Trike operators drivers project, inasmuch as the transaction is a private contract. The city is precluded from favoring any of the parties except to grant a franchise to qualified drivers and provided he has all the necessary documents.
Any second?
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the motion is approved.
On the second item, Mr. Chair, the committee requested the proponent to make a detailed presentation during the next committee hearing. There was another request on the original letter of Mr. Ligaspi, Mr. Chair. So I therefore move that we request the proponent to present a detailed presentation during the next committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
On the issue on item number 10, 11, 12, on the issue sa 90 days test run, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We would like to request the EB Weld, the PROSA, and the BMAC to present their program. Kasi ang purpose, Mr. Chairman, kang ordinansa na pagkrearta ng 100 franchise, 100 unit, is matabangan ta si mga kinapobrehan. Mga tri-mobile driver na nagkayod na 15 years, 20 years, 25 years na, hanggang ngunyan, bako panindang sa dire. Ang pinaka-purpose, Mr. Chairman, kang ordinansang, kang pag-create kang 100 units, ang gusto sabihin ko yan, mapaduman ini sa mga driver, bakong duman sa may mga kwartana, sa mga invest. Kaya, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request the committee na before isabay na, Mr. Chairman, isabay na duman sa kung i-endorse o dae, pero isabay na kung ano ang programa kan tulong company, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will consider the suggestion of Councilor Labadia.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, in connection with the manifestation of Councilor Labadia, that the intention for approving additional 100 units is really for long-time drivers who have been drivers almost all their lives, and yet not able to own any unit that they can continue to drive. Is there any qualification? Have we included that in the qualification of those who will be awarded franchise? To ensure that awardees will indeed be long-time drivers, and maybe we can even assist them with a loan program, if that was really the intention. I believe we have to pursue the intentions of our previous action.
We'll go back to the main ordinance that established that created the 100 slots for the e-trikes, Mr. Chair.
And if it is, I believe if it has not been written, I believe it should be pursued. Kadakulong talagang mga drivers na 15, 20 years drivers pag iraray sinda. No, baka kung willing sinda, if they're interested, then we can assist them through the livelihood programs of the city. Kung if they are willing to take on the responsibilities of an operator and not just as a driver. So maybe we should look into it, and if it's not there, I believe we should put it there.
Actually po, Madam Councilor, na-mention yan duman sa letter ni Mr. Legaspi, itong agam-agam niya. So, may agam-agam ining grupo ni Mr. Legaspi na eventually baka dahil makasabay, dahil maka-income tultol si mga drivers and maapektaran si sa indang prangkesa na dahil sila makatultul kayo, dahil makahulog ning boundary. So, baka butasan na lang ninda si unit ninda. The same is true, hindi man sa iba pang mga ini mga e-trikes. Kasi similarly situated man sila na mga sa e-trikes. So, yun po na pigili may gusto ming i-present ninda sa MOYA si proposal ninda because ang epekto kay kani Madam Councilor is, Mr. Chair, is not only for Tojo but all other e-trikes companies, including sa mga drivers. So we'll review that, Mr. and we'll submit the report.
Okay.
Next item, Mr. Chair. Number 14, letter dated August 21 of Senior Superintendent Panganiban, submitting explanation why the road beside St. Joseph is being used as one-way street and why certain traffic rules and regulations are not being followed. As to the disposition, the body resolved to take note of the sentiment of the members and resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the Secretariat to provide the committee with the corresponding ordinance, if any, pertaining to the street of St. Joseph and on the Universidad de Santa Isabel, and further resolved to request the PNP and PSO to recommend measures relative thereto within 10 days from receipt thereof. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the motion is approved.
Next item, letter dated September 12 of the SP submitting updated report with respect to resolution numbers 2017-223, 2017-224, and 2017-225. As to the disposition, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to request the Trimobile Task Force to update its list of all those who failed to renew their franchises and accept those who were granted extension of time. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second, without objection, the same is approved. Can we go back to item number 9, the matter of the request of Punong Barangay Corazon, Peñaflor? There is on record a proof that the notice was received in April. Okay. So the recommendation is to deny. Councilor Labadia Jr.?
Meaning, Mr. Chairman, kung April siya, tapos September ng unyan, dahil pa kompleto, gusto sabihin, tama ang desisyon kang committee.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro?
Actually po, naghahagad siya ng extension in time.
Mr. Chair, I'm just consistent dumo po sa position ko on this. Ang prangkesa po kay kan tricycle, dakulang bagay man yan, sa Kagsadidi, whether siya kapitan o ordinaryong tao. And pero ang position ko po is to give consideration, maski po 15 days or 1 month, para lang matawan siyang pagkakataon na ma-renew niya giraray si franchise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are you objecting to the recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I respect the decision of the committee which I belong, but then I manifested on my position that during the committee hearing.
Okay. So what's the motion of the committee? Motion on this particular item.
The motion of the committee, Mr. Chair, is to deny.
Do I hear a second? Is there an objection? Councilor Akid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Baldemoro.
The motion to deny is because it was filed out of time.
That's correct.
Isn't it that we have also granted motions for reconsideration when we consider the reason for the delay as valid? May we know the reason for the delay in this case?
She stated in the letter that because of some preoccupations, so she was not able to file the reconsideration on time.
Because of
As those listed in the
preoccupations?
yeah
She
busy
was busy.
schedules.
She was busy, but did she know the deadline? Aram niya si deadline? Ibang urulay.
The letter dated April 12, 2017, written by our secretary, indicates that a copy of the resolution was furnished the addressee, and the resolution is self-explanatory in the sense that it clearly indicates thereon the period within which to renew the franchise.
On my part, Mr. Chair, bilang sarong barangay captain, kaya dakulong kang mga trabaho. Bako lang sa diri mong business, no? Kundi sa imong official business. So siguro it's really addressed to the sound discretion of the Sanggunian. Do we consider the cause of the delay, which is dahil busy siya, naging busy siyang maray, considering the nature kang trabaho kang sarong kapitan, or not? Because if we have considered previously on the basis na naging busy, igong mga naging kaulangan, why should we not treat this application also in the similar manner? On the other hand, ang sarong consideration talindigdi is baka ang isipon kang publiko miling si kapitan nga ni dahil nagsunod sa deadline. So paano pa masunod itong ibang mga similarly situated? So iyan ang duwang consideration, Mr. Chair, that is being thrown put on our decision. The recommendation of the committee is to deny. So I believe the recommendation should be carried unless there is an objection.
Would you like to suspend our disposition in this and review all other decisions in order for us to be consistent? Because indeed, there were instances in the past that we reconsidered our decision by granting an extension on the deadline for renewing the franchise, by reconsidering our decision of denying the application for renewal of franchise. Our records would show that. And if we want to be fair to everyone, we can probably review all our decisions, and even those other pending matters can be decided on the basis of these previous decisions. If that is all right with you, especially the Committee on Transportation. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Dua si pwedeng desisyonan ta base sa explanation ni Councilor Miles. Mas natatakot ako duman, Mr. Chairman, sa pangalawang rason na dahil punong barangay, pagkatawan tang special na pag-urulay. Ang gusto sabihin, malinaw man na maray na maninindugan kita dahil iyon si pag-adal kang committee kang transportation. Kaya mas kidaya ako membro, Mr. Chairman, makusog ang buot kang Committee on Transport na mag-deny kan sa rumpulong barangay dahil nagtutubod sinda na kung sala-sala. Iyo po yan ang paninindugan kan mga taga-Naga. Kaya ako maninindugan, maiba ako sa Committee on Transport na i-deny ta ini yung particular na sinasabi kang Committee on Transport.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro and then Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Sanchez.
Whether or not punong barangay or ordinary person, parehas man po bagang paghiling ta. On the previous occasion, Mr. Chair, may mga tinawang kitang reconsideration. We gave 1 month para masikaso ninda itong mga papeles. So I have just consistent to my position na tawan another chance. Kung dahil niya masikaso ang papeles, it's up to her or him. Ang importante, tinawanta sinda ning another chance na marin yung giraray ang prangkesa. Arog ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair, dakulang bagay man po sa sarong pamilya, ini yung pagsasadiri ng tricycle. Kaya maging kapitan man siya o ordinaryong tao, same po ang posisyon ko, tawan ning another chance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, a little background there on this matter. There are requests for reconsideration which was which was addressed to this body, Mr. Chairman. In that those requests for reconsideration was filed before the expiry date of the period given by the Sangguniang Palunsod, based on that 3 resolution. This one, despite the fact that the letter was received in April, the request for reconsideration was only submitted in September. So, pirang bulan na nakalihis. So, to be consistent with the action of this body, this representation moved before the committee that we denied the request based on that ground. I already consider it inaction on the part of the franchising minister.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, kada kagipong committee hearing, di po ako nagsabing iyo, nag-uuyon ako duman kang nakaaging itong committee hearing. Nagsilensyo po ako dahil gusto ko pong danguguna lang idi sa plenary. And sinisiguro na lang ko po duman, ito pong sinabi ni Councilor Elmer, natawan man yung pagkakataon. And lalong-lalo po si pigsasabi mo ngunyan, na baka reviewon ta, na baka bako sa naman niyang may problemang sarong ini. Dahil kitong mga previous pong mga committee hearing, darala po siguro kang emosyon na igwa kong nahiling na mga pag-iriba kong mga bistado ko na talaga pong mga tiyos na pamilya na na-reject po talaga na pinag-deny na po ang committee. So, mas maray po na pinag-uurulayan ini and sabi nga ni kasatuyang chairman, baka pwede pong ma-review si Gabos, bako lang ini, review ang tagiraray, si itong mga na-pending na ito, baka po, tawan tagiraray pagkakataon, ako po, nahihiling ko, nadadala ko ang emosyon ko na nahihirak ako lalo kay itong taga-Dayangdang, na ang pamilya ka to, bistado kong maray, na ang sarungtugang ang nagtitinda sa napo ning Baduya and iuman sa nga nito si hanap buhay kan sindang pamilya. So, baka po may reconsider ta po.
Thank you, Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. If no other members of this body will be stating his comment or opinion, we go back to the recommendation. Motion from the committee. Okay.
But, Mr. Chair, you have your own reservations as far as reviewing the other documents.
Yeah, I was suggesting that we review all our actions. May we know from the chairman of the Committee on Transportation?
Mr. Chairman,
if you
point
are
of order, Mr.
considering-
Chairman, point of order. May motion, may nag-second. So mahanap kita kung may ma-object. Kung may nag-object, di magburutuhan na kita. O, so magburutuhan kita, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We go back to the motion. The motion was seconded by Councilor Del Castillo. It was objected by Councilor Elmer Baldimoro and Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. as well as by Councilor Ray Anrintoy. So those in favor of the motion to deny the motion of Punong Barangay Peñaflor, kindly raise your right hand.
Sir, deny, to deny. 1, 2, 3.
Those against the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is there an abstention?
2.
Okay. So by a vote of 3 in favor of the motion, 5 against, and 2 abstention, the motion to deny is disapproved. Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, something of this sort happened much earlier. The motion to deny is simply to deny, but not necessarily to accept.
That's correct.
That's correct. Mr. Chairman, I abstained particularly because of your suggestion na reviewin gabos. Nagtao po kita ning so to speak, palugit duman sa 15 days, 30 days, etc. etc. Pag pig-review po yan, Mr. Chairman, igwa po dyan maralataw na pig-deny. May maralataw dyan na may pig-accept.
Correct.
Ma-review man po kita kadtong mga nakaralampas sa palugit, igwa mang giraray-garo dyan na deny, igwa mang garo-giraray dyan ng na-accept. I think reviewing those will give us a little more perspective. That's why I would support the idea of reviewing all yung 15 days, 30 days na yon para magkaigo kita ng sarong paghiling. Now, as to the question dun kay Ma'am Peñaflor, ano po ba ang action lang ngayon?
We have not, we have denied the motion, but we are not saying that we are approving it. And that therefore, if it is all right with us, if we are reviewing everything, then we include the same in the review, together with all other applications or requests for reconsiderations that were previously denied. Okay. Here is what we are going to do. We are instructing the Secretary of the Sangguniang Panlungsod to list down all our previous actions, in particular with respect to those applications for renewal of franchise, for extension, for motion for reconsiderations, indicating thereon the action that we have taken, the reasons why we have taken that course of action, and to submit the same to us within a period of how many? 10 days? Will that be sufficient, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And thereafter, we will see what we are going to do next. Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
I am puzzled by the action of this body, Mr. Chair. Because as the co-chairman of the Committee on Transport, pero dahil may nga aram kung anong gigibuhon mi. We have already denied previously. So, may I be clarified, what are the instruction of the plenary before the Committee on Transport? So that we will be guided accordingly.
Okay. If it is all right with the committee, we will decide once the data we are requesting from the secretary is provided us. Okay? Sige. Again, Councilor Del Castillo.
So meaning to say, Mr. Chair, until after we receive that instruction from this body, we will not yet calendar in our committee hearing any matter pertaining to this particular.
You can suspend action on any pending request or application.
Okay. So, mas marike, Mr. Chair, ang malinaw.
Okay.
Dahil, on my part, I just want to be consistent on
Okay.
the action.
Okay. We understand you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Rentoy. No. We only decided on the motion to deny. No. That's correct. That's correct. But no, not necessarily. Remember that issue involving Engineer Aman? When the motion was defeated, we clarified that by denying the motion, it does not necessarily mean that the application is approved. So, applying the same precedent, the application, the request of Punong Barangay Peñaflor is still considered pending. But we will have to decide depending on our review of our previous actions. Okay. That was several months after when a new motion was made before us and we decided. Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
To sum it up, Mr. Chairman, dahil nagre-request si Punong Barangay Corazon, Peñaflor, nagre-request siya ng for reconsideration, dapat igukit ang Sangguniang Panglunsod, iguling resolution na approbaran ta si request niya.
Meanwhile, we cannot
yes, Mr. Chairman. Kaya si Malinaw, to sum it up, kaipuhan niya man giraray ning approval kan Sangguniang Panglunsod. Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you, Councilor Lito del Rosario. It's now 1:25. Councilor Abonal, we take a break.
sa buhay, sa pagkamo, sa kabubuhan, sa pamumunikang bawat yan.
are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles to the world.
Sa tuyang pag-urulayan ang mga proyekto kang syudad, sa tuyang tukaron ang mga impormasyong pangkauswagan sa mas pinahiwas asin pinakusog na programa kan lambang na genyo ang Dagangunyan. Dagangunyan kada Sabado alas 10:30 nin pagkaaga kay ba sinda kakamping Allen Riondaga asin kakamping Nick Motos ang Dagangunyan.
Pasada kan mga bareta. Third quarter survey result kan Ateneo ipinaluwas na Robredo, Bongat asin ligasyon may very good trust rating gikan sa Nagenyo.
Ipinaluwas na kan Ateneo Social Science Research Council ang third quarter survey dapit sa Poverty and Governance Public Opinion Poll 2017. Ginamit digdian face-to-face interview nin 400 na mga respondents randomly selected ang pinaghapot gikan sa voting population kan 27 barangay kan syudad. Giniba ang survey kan Hulyo 9 hastang Agosto 11, 2017. 16 na mga student scholars kan Ateneo ang nagibon in survey base sa guidance kan Ateneo Social Science Research Center asin pinagtagamahan in budget kan University Research Council. Ibinasa ini sa Social Weather Station o SWS methodology asin ginamit man ang rating interpretation technology. Base sa survey, ang relihiyon iyo ang pinakaimportante sa buhay kan mga Nagenyo. 83.5% o majority kan mga Nagenyo ang nagtutubod sa importansya kan relihiyon sa saindang buhay. Inibase sa saindang pagtubod asin ang dakulang attendance sa mga misa sa mga simbahan. Mas dakula ang numero kaini kesa ka nagtalikod na 5 taon. 95.7% majority ka Nagenyo ang dai minauyon kan mga tataramon na kun minsan naiisip ninda na dai na magsimba. Nakakuha ang mga tataramon ay nin very strong net agreement nin positive 93.8 points. Bot sabihon grabe pagka-relihiyoso kan mga Nagenyo. Dapit man sa kakatapos pa lang na Peña Francia Fiesta, ang Traslasyon Procession iyo ang may pinakadakol na partisipante. Anom sa 10 mga Nagenyo o 57.3% ang nag-ayon sa prosesyon kan El Divino Rostro asin man ina. 43.3% nag-ayon sa Fluvial Procession asin man 16.5% ang nag-ayon sa misa pagkatapos kan traslasyon. Mientras tanto, si Presidente Rodrigo Duterte ang nakakuanin positive 3.6% o neutral net satisfaction rating. Mantang si Vice President Leni Robredo ang nakakuanin positive 57.9% o very good rating. Sa mga lokal na gobernante, si Alcalde Jan Bongat ang nakakuanin positive 55.7% o very good satisfaction rating. Mantang si Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion ang nakakuaman in positive 50.4% very good satisfaction rating. Si Congressman Gabby Bordado ang nakakuan in positive 36.7% good satisfaction rating. Ang mga miyembro kan sangguniang panglungsod ang nakakuha po neutral o good satisfaction rating. Good satisfaction ratings in the councilors Neni De Asis, Lito del Rosario, Asinsani Ranyola. Moderate satisfaction ratings in the councilors Miles Raquidaroyo, Greg Abunal, Elmer Baldimoro, Vidal Castillo, Salvador del Castillo, Julian Labadia Jr., Ray Ann Rintoy as in neutral rating si ABC President Bong Sanchez. Sa poverty survey, 35% kan mga naggenyo ang nagtutubod na sinda pobre. Nagbaba ini in 5% kesa ka nagtalikod na taon na nag-abot sa 39.7%. Nagtutubod sinda na pobre, huli sa babang sweldo, 57.1%, mayong permanenteng trabaho, 27.9%, asin nagkakakanin hababa sa tulong beses sarong aldaw, 6.4%. Para sa sarong nagenyo, tanganing daima ay konsiderar na pobre o poor, ang sarong persona kaipuhan ang 20,000 pesos na sweldo kada bulan. Tulo sa limang nagenyo, 60.2% ang nagsasabi na igwasintang pagkakan o food secure. 45.5% kanagyanyo ang nagsabi na nag-improve ang kalidad kan sa indang pagbuhay kung ikukumparar ka nagtalikod na 6 na bulan, mantang saro sa kada 6 na nagyanyo. 15.8% ang nagsabi na nagruro ang sa indang pagbuhay. Ini nagresulta sa net personal optimism nin positive 29.7%. Mientras tanto, haros kabanga kanagyenyo, 53% ang naglalaom na magiging marhay ang kalidad kan sa indang pagbuhay sa masunod na 6 na bulan. Asin 4% lang ang nagtutubod na maro-ro ang sa indang buhay. Ang resulta ang puminakol sa very high net personal optimism na positive 49. Mientras tanto, 2/3 o 64.8% kanagyenyo ay minauyon na ang sitwasyon kan trapiko sa Naga ang dakulang problema. Igwaining positive 45% na strong net agreement rating. Pinaboran kan majority kanagyenyo na tanganing mapakarahay ang bulos kan trapiko, dapat ang road widening o pagpapahiwas kan tinampo. Pinaboran man ini kan majority ang pagputol kan kahoy sa gilid kan tinampo para pahiwason ini asin maresolveran ang trapiko. Positive 16.7%, moderate net agreement 48.5% minauyon asin 31.8% ang daiuyon. Dabit man sa traffic lights, baranga ang resulta kay ini. May nagsasabing bawasan asin dagdagan ang traffic light. Pati ang paghali kan mga harong na nakakaulang sa gilid kan tinampo, igwanin 62%. Majority kanagyenyo ang nag-aaram na igwang smoking ordinance digdi sa Naga, alaga daing gayo ini na ipapasunod. Nagsuggest sinda na dapat istrikto ining ipasunod asin magtoo, hinda kulang penalidad sa mabalgar kay ini. Apat sa 10 nagyenyo ang nagtutubod na nagkaigwanin pagbaba kan numero kan mga krimen, mantang sobra man sa 1/4 ang nagtutubod na naglangkaw ini. Ang pagbaba kan numero nin krimen ang huli man sa police visibility o presensya kan mga pulis sa tinampo. Anti-drug campaign asin ang pagkatakot sa administrasyon ni Presidente Rodrigo Duterte. Sa ibong nalado, ang daim ng pagbabakan insidente ng krimen ang pwedeng ibasol sa insidente ng drug war kan gobyerno. Araw kan uplan tukhang, kapabayaan kan pulis asin gobyerno, asin ang presensya kan illegal na droga. Ang kampanya kan gobyerno, pati na ang lokal na gobyerno kang Naga, sa illegal na droga ang igwanin moderate net satisfaction rating na positive 14.5 asin positive 11. Mientras tanto, 31.8% kanagyenyo ang may halangkaw na pagtubod sa syudad bilang trangkilo maski na igwanin huma sa terorismo sa nasyon. 25% kanagyenyo ang nag-aaram, nakabasa asin nakadangog kan tax reform package kan gobyerno. Para sa Naganuni News, Mayra Revilla.
BSP Corners sa mga library planong ibugtak kang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Sarong Memorandum of Understanding ang pigpirmahan sa pagultanan kan Bangko Sentral kan Pilipinas asin kan LGU Naga, kaibanan ang nagkapirang mga eskwelahan sa Bicol. Nagpirma sa signing sinda Alcalde John Bongat, Camarines Norte Governor Edgardo Taliado, Ateneo de Naga University President Father Primitivo Viray, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture President Georgina Bordado asin ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Deputy Governor Diwa Ginigundo. Laom kan pakikipagtabangan na ini kan Bangko Sentral ang pagtugdo kan sa indang mga BSP corners sa mga library kung sa inikakaag ang mga information materials kan BSP, siring kan mga libro, journals asin brochures. Dai na kaipuhan pa magpasiring sa library kan BSP para sa mga kaipuhan na impormasyon. Pwede na ining makua sa mga magiging partner libraries kan Bangko Sentral. Ang proyekto, sigun pa sa programa kan Bangko Sentral, ang BSP Knowledge Resource Network na obhetong irani sa publiko ang kaaraman pag-abot sa dalagan kan ekonomiya asin iba pang pinansyal na issue.
What we want is to make all of these knowledge-based resources available to the provinces of Camarines Norte and Camarines Sur. Now, if this is implemented, and it's going to be implemented starting today, then we will be able to provide books, access to online services to the people of these two provinces. Now, without this, you have to go to the library of the BSP. But with this partnership, access of the general community, the general public, including students, researchers, and any member of the general public, they will have better access to these resources.
Ang BSP Corners mataumanin online research service assistance para urog na makatabang sa mga kaipuhan na impormasyon kan publiko. Para kainiigwa pa man mga planong training workshop asin seminar na gigibuhon para sa mga partner librarians. Ang mga LGUs asin mga eskwelahan ang maalokarin espasyo sa mga library para sa mga BSP Corners asin man computers na kakaipuhanon. Sa siring na BSP Corner, laom kan Bangko Sentral na tauan kaaraman ang publiko manungod sa manlain-lain ng mga impormasyon pag-abot sa mga monetary policies asin iba pang financial concerns para maging katabang man sindakan mga gobyerno lokal sa mga gigibuhon na pagdidesisyon para sa ekonomiya kan nasyon.
Ang dami nito. We have thousands of resources available to the general public. We want to share these resources to our people. And in the process, they become more literate. They will have better access to financial services. And they will not be taken advantage of by scammers and other unscrupulous elements. Kasi alam nila lahat kung ano na ngayon. They feel more informed. And an informed citizenry is actually good for an enlightened government.
Para sa Anaga Munyan News, Armigo.
Vice Presidente Leni Robredo nagtaong mensahe sa Regional Congress kan Vice Mayors League of the Philippines. Si Vice Presidente Leni Robredo ang Huésped de Honor sa ginibong 3rd Quarter Regional Congress kan Vice Mayors League of the Philippines na ginibo sa Sarong Hotel sa siyudad ni Naga. Pinag-atindiran ini kan mga vice mayors sa man iba-ibang mga munisipyo sa anom ng mga probinsya sa Bicol, asin igwa pang iba na halis sa mga pagtaraid ng mga munisipyo. Yaon ang presensya ni Vice Mayor Ramon Robles na iyo ang presidente kan Vice Mayors League sa Camarines Sur Chapter. Yaon man ang presensya ni Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion kan siyudad ni Naga. Naging malaman ang mensahe ni Vice Presidente Leni Robredo asin kinumparar niya ang papel kan Vice Presidente asin ang papel kan mga Vice Alkalde.
Yung marginalized. Kasi yung Vice Mayor maraming obligasyon. Yung Vice President po siguro po aware naman kayo nasa ating konstitusyon. Wala talaga siyang klarong mandato. Yung pinakamandato niya pag may nangyari sa ating Pangulo dapat handang sumaklolo. Kung dapat suporta siya ng Pangulo pero hindi gaya ninyo. Kayo po hindi lang dapat handa kung may mangyari sa mayor, pero kayo din yung presiding officer ng sanggunian. Pero tingin ko po kahit medyo may konting pagkakaiba yung ating obligasyon, merong magkakahawig din. Ano yung pagkakahawig? Yung parang pinaka-primary na expectation sa atin lahat, tayo yung magiging suporta ng ating mga mayor. Diba? Parang ako din, suporta ng presidente. Sa kabilang banda, madali yun. Pero sa isang banda, mahirap din.
Sa entrevista kan media kay Vice Presidente Robredo, sinabi niya na mahalagang marhay ang tiripon kan mga vice-alkalde.
Parating mahalaga yung ganito kasi ito yung pagkakataon na nasa-thresh out yung mga kahirapan na pinagdadaanan nila. Ito din yung pagkakataon na yung mga best practices ng bawat isa na share. Maraming kahirapan sa implementation ng mga programa. Maraming kahirapan sa pag-execute ng mandato. Kaya itong mga ganito, dito napapag-usapan ano yung mga kailangan nilang gawin para malagpasan yung mga kahirapan. Pag isa-isa kasi nilang hinaharap yung problema, mas mahirap. Pero kung haharapin nila yung problema as a league, mas malakas yung kanilang boses. Mas magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na pakinggan sila.
Bisita man sa tiripon si Congressman Nonoy Andaya kan Primer Distrito kan Camarines Sur. Sa entrevista kan Naga Ngunya News, isinaysay niya ang kahalagahan kan tiripon kan mga vice-alkalde. Pati na ang poder bilang sarong quasi-judicial body asin kung ano ang saindang poder.
Well, basically yung camaraderie between the vice mayors, and pagkaaram ko ikwasindang seminar mo yan on yung quasi-judicial functions ng mga vice mayor, which is very important at this point in time. Aram po nitong quasi-judicial powers, pakusa ng mga vice mayor nag-wield niyan. Vice governors can also wield the same power. So, may epekto yan, not just in terms of politics, but also in terms of service. So, kadakol ba mga complaint na pinafile sa sangguniang panlalawigan o sangguniang panglungsod o sangguniang pambayan, dapat siguro matukdoon sila ng tamang proseso because sometimes naapektaran yung pag-survey ng sarong banwaan if this power is not exercised properly and decently. So, I think may purpose to. Siyempre, in any endeavor, may kadikit man na team building, yun na po na panahon na magkahirilingan, mahiling man po sa tuyang Vice President, naman na sa iyang kaisipan para sa ating sa tuyang
Sa lado ni Vice Mayor Ramon Robles kan Calabanga na iyo ang presidente kan Vice Mayor's League, sinabi niya na ang pagtitiripon ang ginibot tanganing may pasabot kung ano talaga ang federalismo.
Diba? Pero sinasabi ko sa inyo, dapat maintindihan ng bawat saro. Pakita ang hahaputo ng sato yung mga kahimanwa pag-abot ng panahon. So dapat kita maintindihan ta, maunawaan ta kung ano ang gusto nilang federalismong forma. Siyempre, lalong-lalo sa mga tios na banwaan, masakit yan. Yan, kahirak-hirak yan sa pag-abot ng federalismo. Dapat maintindihan ang labang saro. As in sa niya nabanggi, magkakaiguan sarong tindog ang buong Kabikulan. Inot, pag sa federal form of government, ang masbate mawawala sa to. Ako, sa party ko, di ako magtutugot. Pahaloy ko ng kaibanan taga masbate, mas paborngani sila sa to kaysa mapaduman sila sa...
Para sa Naga Ngunya News, Jeff at Chaz.
AA accreditation kan bunuan sa Naga, opisyal ng ipinaaram kan direktor kan NMIS ki Alcalde Bongat. AA Slaughterhouse, initulos ang ipinaaram ni Regional Director Fernando Luntok kan National Meat Inspection Service NMIS ki Alcalde Jan Bongat. Natulos man ipinasa sa mga miyembros kan media. Ini matapos man ang ginibong upgrading kan mga fasilidades asin ang implementasyon kan GMP o Good Manufacturing Services. Marurumduman na kanagtalikod na sesyon, pig-imbitaran si Direktor Luntok tanganing haputon kung ano ang mga kinakaipuhan tanganing tawanan ng AA accreditation kan NMIS ang Naga City, Abatwa. Isinaysay ni Luntok na hastang bulan kan Disyembre, tinatawanan ng deadline kan pagtaon ng accreditation, alagad mas napaamay ini, huli man sa natapos na ang rehabilitasyon kan bunuan na iyo ang saro sa inahalat na requisitos kan NMIS. May bintahe ang pagiging AA kan bunuan, hulitaan mga karne, nagikan sa bunuan na ini, ang pwede nang itransportar sa luwas kang Naga, asin sa luwas kang probinsya. Para sa Nagangunyan News, Allen Riondanga.
Para mapangatamanan ang Mount Isarog Watershed Areas, MOA pinirmahan kan DSWD, LGU Naga, MNWD as in DNR.
Pinirmahan na kanal daw ni Martes ang Memorandum of Agreement sa pagultanan kan lokal na gobyerno kan Siyudad ni Naga, lokal na gobyerno kan Bunuan in Pili, DSWD, DNR as in MNWD. Initanganing mapangatamanan ang watershed areas kan Mount Isarog. Asin tanganing makapagtagaman in livelihood projects para sa mga persona na naka-star sa luwas kan watershed area. Ang mga individual na ini yung ma-identify kung anong klaseng livelihood ang gusto nindang itulod. Ang budget ka ini ang itatagama kan DSWD. Presente sa Tripon iyo sa City Administrator Jun Mongoso na ipigrepresentar si Alcalde John Bongat na yaon sa okasyon kan 9th Infantry Division kan Philippine Army. Yaon man si Arnel Garcia, ang Regional Director kan DSWD, MNWD Board Chairman of the Board, George Palma, Keriba, ang General Manager kan MNWD, Councilor Ronald Buclot na ipigpresentar si Mayor Tambong Galonta kan Banuanin Pili Camarines Sur na yaon duman sa Metro Manila, Keriba Mandigdi ang DNR. Sa entrevista kay Regional Director Arnel Garcia kan DSWD, ipinagpahayag niya ang kahalagahan kan programa na sa indang naisip ni Board President George Palma para magtagaban in livelihood project sa mga persona na naka-star sa luwas kan watershed area. Ang mga ahensya iyon mataon in livelihood mantang may dapat man counterpart ang mga beneficiary sa paagi kan pag-ataman sa mga livelihood project ini.
Pag ng beneficiary, of course, is ito ay yung kanilang pagtulong sa watershed area. Di ba? Yun ang counterpart. Alagaan nila, may provide natin yung livelihood, yan alagaan nila. Kasi sila nasa farming community. Ha?
How many years?
Ang period nito is we provide them the livelihood, we provide them the skill, and after that is non-stop, of course, because there is a livelihood and that's forever. As long as they live, di ba? Magro-roll din na yung livelihood program nila.
May mga paagi man kung paano itutulod ang proyekto sa mga beneficiary, mantangan DSWD as in ang MNWD, LGU Naga as in iba pang katuwang ang mataon ng skills training para ma-identify kung ano ang livelihood na nababagay sa mga beneficiary. Itatao ang gabos kan mga ahensya ang pangangaipo sa livelihood bastang atamano ninda ang watershed areas. Ang watershed ang maikukonsiderar na livelihood asset asin igwanin paiwanag kaini si Garcia.
A watershed, therefore, is we see as a livelihood asset because without the watershed, all livelihoods will be destroyed, lalo na yung mga nasa baba. Magkakaroon ng flash flood or walang water, mamatay yung mga animals. So therefore, yung mga tao will go back to stone age pag nasira ang kanilang livelihood. So therefore, malaki ang role, di ba? Nakita mo, unusual. Bakit mapano ang DSWD dyan? Pero itong explanation ko na to, if you see this as a livelihood asset, then we have to preserve the livelihood asset. And how to preserve this is the people preserving their very own livelihood assets. So therefore, we provide livelihood to the people and they preserve the livelihood assets are preserved.
Mientras tanto, dapit man sa kawaaran ng Sekretaryo kan DSWD, ipinagpahayag ni Regional Director Garcia na asasangon niyan, mayo pa rin karibay si Judy Tagiwalo, alagad igwanaman in Officer in Charge as in padagos man ang programa kan DSWD.
Wala pa si ang Assistant Secretary, ang Undersecretary si Noel Leico, ang OIC Secretary ng DSWD. Wala pang kapalit.
Katakod pa man giraray kan livelihood program sa mga beneficiary, may mga dugang na paliwanag digdi si MNWD Board President George Palma. Mantang ikinaugma niya ini huli, tapadago sa pagdakol kan sa indang mga partners o katuwang sa proyekto na pwedeng mag-abot naman sa 40 partners bago man matapos ang taon. Maikukonsiderar na pinaka-unique ang partnership na ini.
Kami, and hopefully before the end of the year, baka maging 40 na ang partners namin. Of all these partners na nakapag-MOA signing, ito po yung pinaka-unique. Kasi yung sustainability nito ay masyadong assured because there will always be funds coming from the DSWD to fund the different livelihood projects sa ating Mount Isarog Natural Park doon sa mga tao, especially the poor families, na inalis po namin sa loob ng watershed area. So that they will not come back to the watershed to destroy our forest, to do the kaingin. We opted to have sorts of livelihood programs outside the watershed.
Sigun ki Palma, aabuton man sa 59 pamilya ang makikinabang kan livelihood program asin yaon manantabang kan Rotary Club of Naga na haloy naman indang partner sa livelihood project. Sigun pa ki Palma, duck racing o pag-ataman nin mga pato ang saro sa mga livelihood na ipinagtaga maninda. May entrepreneurship asin negosyo. Inihulit ang pundo na available ka ito ang sa inda naman na nagagamit asin napaparolling bilang kapital. Ipinagpaliwanag ni Palma kung ano taday pwede sa Logan watershed areas ang livelihood program.
Sa area, outside the watershed area, kasi bawal magkaroon ng tao sa loob ng watershed. Yun ang inaalaga natin because doon nanggagaling yung ininom natin ng tubig. So to avoid that, kinakailangan ilabas natin sila, but hindi natin sila inaalis na wala tayong pampalit na livelihood.
Ang watershed area sa bandang Pili Camarines Sur ang abuton man sa 356 hectares asin man sa Panikwason, Naga City igwaining 317 hektarya na watershed areas. 10,000 hektaryas gabos ang kabilugan kan watershed area sa Mount Isarog. Dakula man ang papel kan lokal na gobyerno kan Pili asin lokal na gobyerno kang Naga sa pagmantiner kan Mount Isarog watershed areas.
LGU Naga and LGU Pili, igwayan standing memorandum agreement with the ENR. So naglaog lang si Water District because igwa kaming mandate to take care of the watershed areas.
Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Aking Nagenyo nag-uli ding kapangganahan sa International Mathematics Competition.
Duwang silver awards ang pig-uli para sa nasyon ni Gian Hector Diamante kan Blessed Lights International Christian Academy sa pigkondusir ng International Math Open for Young Achievers sa Singapore kanakaaging Setyembre 1, Sundo 14. Naguno ni Gian ang mga medalya sa Middle Primary Division as in team competition na kategorya. Premier best na magbali sa kompetisyon si Gian kaya man labias sa iyang kaugmahan sa nakuang honra. Laom niya man na makaguno pa ng gintong medalya para sa nasyon sa mga masurunod na paglaban niya sa kompetisyon.
Happy po kasi po galing po to kay God at pinaghirapan po talaga ko po to at
kan Lunes, sarong sertipiko ng komendasyon ang ipigtao kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga kay Gian. Huli man sa naguno niyang kapangganahan na padagos na nagdadarang onra sa syudad ni Naga. Saro si Gian sa nagkapirapang mga estudyante kan Blayka na pigbistuman kan gobyerno lokal huli sa indang mga naiuling kapangganahan sa manlain-lain ng mga international na kompetisyon sa matematika. Para sa Naga News, Army Gunay.
Alkalde Bongat bisita sa dialogue asin konsultasyon na ipigtulod kan Naga City People's Council. Si Alkalde John Bongat iyo ang naging mayor na bisita sa ginibong dialogue asin consultation dapit sa sustainable development ka syudad asin ang kamugtakan ka mga kahoy sa Naga. Ini ipinagtulod ka Naga City People's Council. Yaon ang presensya ni Assistant District Engineer Ricky Ragrario kan DPWH 2nd Engineering District, City Planning Officer Willie Prillas, Representative kan DNR, mga stakeholders, Penro Officer, as in NCPC Executive Director, Johan Dada de la Rosa. Sa paagi ng PowerPoint presentation, ipigsaysay ni Planning Officer Willie Prillas ang mga plano kan syudad para sa road network as in mga circumferential road na itutugdok kan syudad para maresolbaran ang problema sa trapiko sa Naga.
Huwag kaling secondary road, substantial road. Ang priority ito mas nag-beneficio sa laban.
Sa lado kan DPWH, ipaniliwanag ni Engineer Ricky Ragrario kung ano na ang lakdang kan DPWH sa pagpapahiwas kan tinampo asin sa pagputol ng mga kahoy sa gilid kan tinampo. Katakod kay ini, ipaniliwanag ni Alkalde John Bongat kung ano ang sa iyang reaksyon sa pagputol kan mga kahoy sa gilid kan tinampo na pinamahalaan kan DPWH.
We need to strike a good balance between development and the city's concern for the environment. Ang nagurulay na po kayan, ang DNR and DPWH because that is already beyond the turf of the Sangguniang. So ang sa Sangguniang po itong general authority to only remove the trees that need to be removed. So kung arin po duman ang pig-authorized ng DNR, we are already out of that picture. Dahil na po kami kabali duman.
The Secretary, please.
The letter dated September 22, 2017, Commissioner of the City Mayor, requesting for authority to sign a deed of absolute sale for the acquisition of 4 contiguous parcels of land, all of which are titled and already converted to residential with total area of 76,623 square meters at 350 pesos per square meter, or a total of 26,818.50. Included in the item, Mr. Chair, is the letter of Ms. Mercado and from Engineer Rolly Campillos.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, in the last session, we tackled this matter and we stated that the price should still be reduced considering the manifestation of the offeror that it could be negotiated. Yesterday, Mr. Chair, I talked with Mr. Johan De La Rosa and he said that the price is only 325. So why is the executive asking for authority for 350? So maybe we can issue an authority to negotiate for the purchase of that property at 325, not at 350.
Okay. Incidentally, I was at the site together with Engineer Rolly Campillos and another employee of the city government of Naga yesterday at about 5:15 o'clock in the afternoon. One to 2 hectares within the 7 hectares are considered non-buildable. The Housing and Settlement Development Office is going to render a further report with respect to this discovery. So if we can withhold giving authority in favor of the mayor until we receive that one.
Chair, to already note in our records the manifestation of Mr. Johan De La Rosa.
Okay.
That it could be reduced up to 325. So any acquisition should be 325 or less, not more. So we should already note it, Mr. Chair, in our records.
In fact, that is item 13A in the letter dated September 28, 2017, signed by Maria Cristina Mercado, that she is offering the subject properties at 325 pesos per square meter. So the Secretary is instructed to calendar this item in the next session together with the report that will be submitted to us by the Housing and Settlement Development Office. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
May I suggest pa, Mr. Chairman, kung pwedeng kaulayan si Mr. Allen Riondanga, ito ba, Mr. Chairman, drone? Kung may bagong impormasyon, Mr. Chairman, na build up the almost 2 hectares non-buildable, di ko sabihin, dapat magbaba pa ang presyo kan 325. If it is para mahiling ta, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. The Secretary is so instructed. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another concern, Mr. Chair, is the width of the road leading to the property. as during our meeting, the width of the road is only 6 meters. In that, that property is 7 hectares. So we will be needing a much wider road right-of-way leading to the property.
Yes.
That should also be considered, I believe, Mr. Chairman.
In the letter of Engineer Rolly Campillos dated October 2, 2017, Christine, kindly flash before our screen the letter. He is telling us that there is already an 8-meter wide concrete road which is apparently beside the 6 meters wide access road, supposedly access road to the subject property. But then that 8 meters wide is owned by the subdivision developer. I do not know if we are going to be allowed to also make use of that road towards the subject properties. What will prevent them from us using it, Mr. Chairman? The road was constructed exclusively for the subdivision, for the homeowners. Okay. So, we proceed to the next item.
The endorsement dated September 28 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the deed of donation of road lots, alleys, and open spaces of Deca Homes Sabella in Barangay Sabang for confirmation and ratification.
Land use. Okay. Next item.
The letter dated September 26, 2017 of the City Accountant submitting the statement of expenditures of the Naga City River Wharfs as of August 31, 2017.
This matter is pending before what committee? Tourism. So it is referred to that committee. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request, Mr. Chair, to calendar this item on the next session together with the report of Engineer Martin and the proposed ordinance.
The Secretary is so instructed. Next item.
The letter dated September 27 of the City Engineer addressed to the 2nd Engineering District regarding the construction, rehabilitation, improvement of Bitaogan, Sagup, and Concepcion Creek at Concepcion Pequeña.
Okay. This is in compliance with our instruction, and there was already previous discussion on this. The same is noted. Next item.
Letter dated September 20, 2017 of Engineer Eduardo Alejo, Jr., Chief Maintenance Section of the 2nd Engineering District, forwarding copy of the memorandum from Attorney Johnson Domingo, Project Director, regarding the alleged violation of St. James Subdivision in Concepcion.
Committee on Land Use.
The letter dated September 25 of Mr. Julio Segundo, PAMCO Chairman, regarding the application of Mr. Balya and to allow the 9 new applicants to proceed with their applications for Trimobile franchise.
Items 18, 19, and 20 are referred to the Committee on Transportation.
The report of the Committee on Education.
Committee on Education to be rendered by Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, kindly acknowledge the report of the Committee on Education of its meeting of September 27.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were 2 items, Mr. Chairman, both of them from the City Mayor requesting for authority. The first is the memorandum of agreement made and entered into by and between the City Government of Naga, represented by Mayor John Bongat, and the Department of Education, Division of City Schools, represented by the Schools Division Superintendent William Gando. This has reference, Mr. Chairman, to the donation chargeable to Naga City School Board, supposed to be chargeable to the Naga City School Board, to the amount of which is 950,000 pesos. But because the expenditure is not permissible, the amount will be charged to the general fund. The memorandum of agreement indicates the particular use. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, seconded by Honorable Elmer Baldimoro and Honorable Jose Ranyola, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to authorize the City Mayor to enter into this memorandum agreement as requested. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Councilor Del Castillo.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair. What's the subject matter of the MOA?
Councilor Abonal.
The purchase of service vehicle for DepEd Naga.
So if I heard it right, the appropriation will be taken out of the general fund.
Yes, yes.
So what would be the source of fund?
Source of fund?
In the general fund,
Councilor Abonal.
Apparently, Mr. Chairman, this will be sourced from the SO budget. That's the only logical source. Cannot be sourced from other.
Thank you.
Certainly, it's not chargeable to the surplus.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Second item, Mr. Chairman, is the first endorsement, again, by the City Mayor endorsing the draft memorandum of agreement for work immersion partnership with Leon Mercado High School, represented by the school principal, Miss Baby Lorente, and the city government, represented by the City Mayor. This is a memorandum agreement for the grade 12 immersion program, work immersion program of something like 24 grade 12 students. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, seconded by Honorable Elmer Baldimoro and Honorable Ranyola, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to authorize the City Mayor to enter into a memorandum agreement as requested. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
That ends the report.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Land Use.
Committee on Land Use, to be rendered by Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I report acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Land Use for hearing held on September 25, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There are 10 items tackled by the committee. Item number 1, letter dated September 5, 2017 by Mr. Wilfredo B. Prilles, Jr., City Planning and Development Officer, submitting the technical evaluation of the documents submitted by Mrs. Marilu C. Panganiban relative to her application for preliminary approval for locational clearance of the proposed El Nido subdivision located at Zone 6, Bagong Sirang, San Felipe, this city. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Disposition on motion of Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Jose C. Ranyola, MD, and Mr. Rome de las Alas. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to pass a resolution approving the application of Ms. Marilu C. Panganiban for the issuance of PALC for the proposed El Nido subdivision located at Zone 6, Bagong Sirang, San Felipe, this city. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Second disposition, be it resolved further to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to request official information from the HLURB if there is any existing regulation governing allowed variances from the minimum requirements for residential subdivision development. There are certain requirements, Mr. Chair, that were not met in this application, but as manifested by the CPDO, the city government, the local government is allowed certain variances from these requirements. But when we inquired as to the maximum percentage of variance that may be allowed, the CPDO manifested that there is no such limit. But we want to be guided accordingly, Mr. Chair. There is no such exemption that is not limited. If it is an exemption, then there must be some parameters when exemption may apply. So maybe move that we direct the SP Secretary to write the HLURB inquiring as to any guidelines that the agency has concerning allowed variances from the minimum requirements for residential subdivision development under BP 220. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved. The Secretary is so instructed.
Item number 2, letter dated September 14, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo B. Prilles Jr., CPDO, submitting the technical evaluation of the documents submitted by Mr. Michael G. Ko of Starmark Realty and Development Corporation relative to his application for rezoning of a parcel of land from cemetery to commercial area located at Zone 5, Barangay Balatas, this city. The entire property owned by Starmark Realty Development Corporation is classified as commercial. They want to be, a portion thereof to be rezoned as, classified as a memorial park or cemetery. They want a portion thereof to be classified, to be rezoned as commercial area. Since there are no objections, Mr. Chair, and the Barangay Council of Balatas interposed no objection on the proposal, and considering that the proposed rezoning is within the zoning ordinance, allowed under the zoning ordinance, with the favorable recommendation of the CPDO and the Barangay Council's resolution, may we move, Mr. Chair, that the Sangguniang Panlungsod pass a resolution approving the request. Okay. Not yet. We will have to schedule the same for public hearing. So on motion duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to direct the Secretary to request the Barangay Council of Balatas to cause the dissemination of the notice and information for the public hearing to be conducted on October 9, 2017 at 2:00 p.m. at the Barangay Hall of Barangay Balatas, this city. So we move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 3, letter dated September 11, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo B. Prilles Jr., CPDO, submitting the technical evaluation of the documents submitted by Ms. Cristina B. Mirasol of the Communities Naga Incorporated relative to her application for land reclassification of a parcel of land located at Barangay del Rosario, this city, with an area of 36,787 square meters. Disposition: considering that the lacking DAR certification is not yet submitted, this committee moves to defer. Paano ta likewise? Dapat mayo pong likewise. The committee resolves to defer the matter and to return. The committee resolves to return the matter to the CPDO for evaluation once all the documentary requirements have been submitted. So we move that the matter be returned to the CPDO so that it will be taken out of the agenda of the committee. So we move, Mr. Chair. Second.
Without objection, same is approved.
Further disposition, the committee further resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to send and seek an official information from the HLURB whether or not the practice of accepting reservation fees, even without the approval of the reclassification of the subject land, can be legally done. As informed, Mr. Chair, I believe as informed by the Honorable Baldemoro, the company is already accepting fees for reservation even before we approve the reclassification. So we want to inquire from the HLURB whether such practice is allowed. whether they can, subdivision developers can actually already accept reservation for an area which has not yet even been classified as residential. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 4, letter dated September 11, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo B. Prillos Jr., CPDO, submitting the technical evaluation of the document submitted by Ms. Cristina B. Mirasol of Communities Naga Incorporated relative to her application for land reclassification of a parcel of land located at Barangay del Rosario City with an area of 40,631 square meters. The same disposition as the previous one, Mr. Chairman. So we move.
Any second? Again, without objection, same is approved.
Item number 5, letter dated July 31, 2017 of Engineer Leon B. Palmiano IV, City Engineer, relative to the Del Rosario Employees Housing Phase 1. This is what I manifested earlier, Mr. Chair, that would require the presence of the City Engineer. May we know if he has been notified?
Secretary?
The City Engineer is also in Legazpi, Mr. Chair.
Legazpi. Okay. So we will have to defer consideration of the matter, Mr. Chair.
Okay. This item is deferred.
Item number 6, letter dated July 27, 2017 of Ms. Emily B. Bordado, Board Chairperson, Multi-Agri-Forest and Community Development Cooperative or MAFCOOP, requesting for reconsideration on the zoning classification of the land in the CLUP from agricultural to residential. It was manifested by the CPDO that in the proposed CLUP, the area is already being proposed to be classified as residential. So the disposition of the committee, Mr. Chair, is to write Ms. Emily Bordado and inform her that she either applies for rezoning, for a reclassification, or to wait for the approval of the CLUP. So it will depend on what course of action MAFCOOP would take. So we move, Mr. Chair, that a letter be sent to Emily Bordado informing her that MAFCOOP can either apply for reclassification now or wait for the approval of the new CLUP. So we move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Same is approved.
Item number 7 is actually related to the subject matter treated under items number 3 and 4 concerning Communities Naga Incorporated. So we just note the matter, Mr. Chair, as included in item number 3 and 4.
Okay.
Item number 8, letter dated August 7, 2017 of Mr. Sulpicio S. Rocco Jr., Administrator, Estate of the late Sulpicio Azuela Rocco Sr. and Rosario Sagarbarria Rocco, relative to their property with TCT number 59224 with an area of 40,075 square meters located at Sitio Queborac, Bagumbayan Sur and Norte, this city. Disposition: considering that the new comprehensive land use plan is not yet approved by the Sangguniang Panlungsod, an application for rezoning is necessary. However, since the proposed CLUP, the entire subject area is already classified as commercial. The applicant may therefore also just wait for the approval of the CLUP or file an application for rezoning. So we move that we direct the Secretary, Mr. Chair, to inform the applicant, former City Mayor Sulpicio Rocco Jr., of his option under the situation. So we move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 9, letter dated August 22, 2017 of Engineer Emeterio L. Aman, Chairman of the Board and President Enjoy Realty and Development Corporation, requesting motion for reconsideration. And sub-item, letter dated September 14, 2017 of Engineer Emeterio Aman, okay, requesting withdrawal of the said motion for reconsideration. This particular matter was already acted upon by the Sangguniang Panlungsod. Engineer Emeterio Aman had already withdrawn his motion for reconsideration. Therefore, the matter is considered as moot and academic. So we declare the matter moot and academic, Mr. Chair.
Okay. This item is moot and academic.
Item number 10 and last, letter dated September 11, 2017 of District Engineer Rebecca J. Roses, District Engineer, Department of Public Works and Highways, relative to the alleged violation of St. James Subdivision in Barangay Concepcion Grande, Naga City. Disposition: considering that the body does not have the document mentioned by the DPWH. In the hearing, Mr. Chair, the DPWH representative said that they had already responded on the matter and they have already sent it to the Sanggunian. I understand it is part of our agenda. So we are deferring consideration of the matter in the committee and wait for the response of the DPWH as submitted to the Sanggunian. So we move, Mr. Chair, for the deferment of the matter.
Same is deferred.
That ends my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. Next
The
item.
report of the Committee on Housing and Settlement.
Also to be rendered by Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chairman, I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on September 29, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were only 2 items tackled by the committee, Mr. Chair. First, letter dated August 23, 2017 of Mr. Ramon R. Albios, City Assessor, submitting the appraisal report pertaining to the following: A, property of Sigara family at Barangay Calawag, and 2, the Lembrea property at Barangay Balatas, this city. First, on the Sigara property, may we proceed directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
The body resolved to have the matter removed from the list of pending matters and to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to transmit the matter to the HSDO so that the needed community space or children's playground could be considered in the preparation of the subdivision plan that will be submitted to the Sangguniang Panlungsod for approval. So this matter concerns the request of the Kapilihan Homeowners Association that their community be provided with playground, children's playground, considering that the area is our project site under our Kantabay sa Kauswagan program. We requested from the HSDO why is it that such playground is not provided in the community. It was informed that since it is an on-site project, almost all of the area are already built up with residential houses. So there's actually no space for open space, particularly for children's playground. But we instructed, Mr. Chair, HSDO, that we will not be able to approve any subdivision plan if such subdivision plan will not comply with at least the minimum requirements for open spaces. So that if they will be submitting the proposed subdivision plans, that those matters should already be responded to. It's either they will identify adjoining area to be purchased by the city or to recommend other recommendations or submit any recommendations. So, considering actually, Mr. Chair, that there's nothing at hand that the committee can do concerning the request of the Homeowners Association that they be provided with the open space, we are forwarding the matter. We are recommending that the matter be forwarded to the HSDO so that the HSDO will prepare the subdivision plan already duly considering the need of the homeowners for such open space. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
On the Nebrea property disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to declare the matter as moot and academic as the purpose in having the property appraised had already been served in view of the information from the landowner that he had already been paid for the subject portion of his property by Punong Barangay San Juan. So we move, Mr. Chair, that we declare the matter moot and academic.
Same is moot and academic.
Item number 2 and last, letter dated August 29, 2017 of Mr. Gavino S. Pilapil, President of St. James Homeowners Association, relative to the subdivision's approved development plan with copy attached in the said letter. Disposition, the body resolved to refer the matter to the Committee on Land Use where the matter should be properly treated. We were wondering why it was referred to the Committee on Housing, Mr. Chair. So we are forwarding it where it belongs, the matter. So we move, Mr. Chair, that we forward the matter to the Committee on Land Use. We move.
Second? Any second? Second. Same is approved.
Thank you. That ends my report.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Appropriations Committee report.
Mr. Chairman, kindly acknowledge the report of the Committee on Appropriation.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
This is the meeting of September 28. The first item, Mr. Chairman, is an internal committee resolution naming all members of the Committee on Appropriation who voted to endorse to the Sangguniang Panlunsod as sponsors of every resolution and ordinance emanating from the Committee on Appropriations, retaining authorship where there is any. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of this representation, seconded by Honorable Elmer Baldimoro and Honorable Salvador del Castillo, the committee resolved to approve the committee resolution naming all members of the Committee on Appropriations who voted to endorse the Sangguniang Panlunsod as sponsors of every resolution and ordinance emanating from the Committee on Appropriations, retaining authorship where there is any. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? This will have only prospective application, right?
Yes, but only for the Committee on Appropriation.
Okay.
Second item, Mr. Chairman, is the proposed supplemental budget of Barangay Abella.
Abella, okay.
The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of Honorable Salvador del Castillo and seconded by Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution approving the supplemental budget number 1 of Barangay Abella, this city, amounting to 740,791 pesos and 6 centavos. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any? Same is approved.
Third item is a letter dated September 13 from Michelle Ann Macalya, delegate to the 2017 ASEAN Student Forum, requesting financial assistance for her participation on September 24 to 28 at Seri Iskandar, Perak, Malaysia. In the absence of the requesting party, Mr. Chairman, this matter was deferred, but with instruction to invite her for the next committee hearing. Item number 4 is a letter from the Budget Officer, Mr. Mendoza, dated September 14, submitting the reversion of the balance from other maintenance and operating expenses and from various machinery and equipment accounts of the Market Enterprises and Promotions Office, amounting to 218,755 pesos. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of this representation, seconded by Honorable Vidal Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of an ordinance reverting the balance from other maintenance and operating expenses and from various machinery and equipment accounts of the Market Enterprise and Promotion Office, amounting to 218,755 pesos and for capital outlay accounts of the same office. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Same is approved.
Item number 5 is the proposed ordinance of the Committee on Appropriation, titled an ordinance appropriating the amount of 1,596,040 pesos for augmentation of various accounts chargeable to the 2016 surplus. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Vidal Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of an ordinance appropriating the amount of 1,596,040 pesos for augmentation of various accounts chargeable against the 2016 surplus. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 6 is the letter dated September 11 from His Honor the City Mayor requesting for the passage of an ordinance appropriating the amount of 18,818,950 pesos out of the balance of the 2016 surplus to augment the appropriation for fuel, oil, and lubricants for electricity expenses until the end of the year, as well as compensation for new job orders. Disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of this representation duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of an ordinance appropriating the amount of 18,818,950 pesos out of the balance of the 2016 surplus to augment the appropriation for fuel, oil, and lubricants for electricity expenses until the end of the year, as well as the compensation for new job orders, contractuals, on condition that the City Human Resource Management Office submit its list of offices where the new job order contractual employees are actually assigned. Councilor Del Castillo might want to explain that last portion, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Del Castillo.
I will not be explaining, Mr. Chair, because I reserve my right to question the appropriation for new job order in contractual employees, because I don't understand the assignment of those people. There are certain contractual employees who are listed as assigned in the Sangguniang Panlunsod. So, I just want to know whether they are really working at the Sangguniang Panlunsod or in any other office. And the proper office who should prepare the listing is the Human Resource Management Office. But as of now, I don't see any new list except the old one submitted to us. So that's the very reason why I'm reserving my right to question this particular item.
Okay. Okay.
In other words, Mr. Chairman, all the items for electricity, lubricants, oil, etc., were acceptable to one and all members of the committee. The only exception was the identification of. Then is it possible to show the list, yung attachment dito? What was questioned, Mr. Chairman, was the listing of a number of, what are these, job orders and labeled as SP, even as they were not reporting to the SP. Ito po yung sinasabi nila na recommended daw ng mga councilors, but were listed as SP rather than in the offices where they were sent. Yeah, I think that's the one, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Now, at the committee hearing, it was clear that they were working elsewhere. Ang diferensya lang po, reported as SP under that column. We asked for it. Ang sabi ni budget officer, yung mga kadayan, ang listang hali sa city administrator. Si Councilor Castillo was saying na the list should really come from the HR. Kaya ma-explicar po na kayan si HR manager.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Ang sa kuya, Mr. Chairman, kunyari, itning SP, duwa kaya yan, Tordelia Grace and Olbes Joria. Masasabi ko, iyan sa City Agriculture's Office yan. Yan sa last two names. So, baka igawang ibang opisina na pwede mag-identify na kayan para bako yan, Mr. Chairman, sa SP, but sa City Agriculture's Office.
Okay. For the meantime, are we approving the request except with respect to this particular item? Councilor Salvador del Castillo?
I think we should first know, Mr. Chairman, where these people are assigned before we approve the appropriation for this particular item. It's important for us to know.
So, relative to that, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Salvador del Castillo?
I said during the committee hearing, Mr. Chairman, the Human Resource Management Officer should explain to us where these particular people are assigned. And if he cannot personally present to us, at least a listing, proper listing of the assignment of all these people, particularly those which are stated that they are with the Sangguniang Palansod.
Without objection, the motion is approved. The Secretary is instructed to send the corresponding communication to Mr. Bob Orsua. Councilor Del Rosario?
Mr. Chair, si Mr. Lim saka si Mr. Bulaong ngayon sa PSO, si Mr. Lim sa Basic Life Support Training Program. At si Mr. Bulaong nasa PSO. Ngunyan, Mr. Chair, tama itong sinabi ni Councilor Del Castillo. Aloy tananing inagad si Ma'am Nanene de Asis may manifestation man as far as Anyano Seyas Jr. Garoya ko niyan duman sa Bantay Pamilya. Adjacent to, pero sinabi niya yan sa committee hearing eh. Ngunyan, Mr. Chair, pagkagad talaga ni ki Mr. Bob Ursua ning updated na listahan. Kaya siguro kung ma-motion si Councilor Badi na padali-dalion ang resignation ni Mr. Ursua, ma-second ako. Medyo makauyam na, Mr. Chair, na garo baga pigwapasiparan niya na lang si mga somonsa, si mga pag-iulay ta sa iya na dahil makita na-update kan mga araw kanimo.
Okay. Okay. The instruction was already previously given. Okay.
And is it possible to show yung first page nitong set na ito? Okay, the whole request is for 18,818,000. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, yung first 1, 2, 3, 4 items were all acceptable already to the committee. Ang medyo pending itong 1.7 precisely because of yung SP portion. The recommendation there for Mr. Chairman, ano ba ang gawin natin? All or nothing, or do we act already on the first 1, 2, 3, 4 items?
What is the pleasure of this body? Councilor Del Castillo?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I already mentioned during the committee hearing that we can already approve the appropriation for the Office of the Mayor, the Solid Waste Management Office in the Naga City Hospital, except the last item.
What about the other members of the committee? Is that also their position? Councilor Labadia?
What about, Mr. Chairman, those 13 names? Kung igawa na kitang kakaganan, duman baga na konsensya naka-assign, ma-identify ta, can we approve it now? If the member of the council will.
Yung kasing listing will have to come officially from HR. Hindi man yata pwede yung sabi ni Badong, sabi ni Jose. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the impression I had was that the committee was acceptable to approve immediately yung 4 items. And so with that, I so move for the approval of the first 4 items as requested, leaving only the last item.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Yes, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Well, I'm just concerned, Mr. Chair, because if the manifestation of Mr. Mendoza is that those employees' job order indicated as Sangguniang Panlungsod are recommendees of members of this August Chamber. I have not recommended any of those, Mr. Chair, just to clarify. Pero ang concern ko lang is, kasi pig-recommend ka mga sanggunian, na ilugod pa approve ang budget sa INDA. Diba? Tapos yung mga iba, are approved na.
No.
I think we have to clarify our action on this matter.
No, yung sa last item includes everybody. Yung ilan yun? 41? All 41 pending yung submission of the list. In fairness to Bob Orsua, the list did not come from Bob Orsua. The list came from budget office. Hindi so nag-submit. Kaya lang, iwan da ito ang listang ipigtao kang city administrator, di kinagsa naman SP. Rather than yung appropriate officer. In truth, Mr. Chairman, all those marked as SP are actually working. Hindi sila mga ghost employees. But we already pointed out, Mr. Chairman, na ang practice na may empleyado under the name of an office pero actually working elsewhere is an occasion for ghost employing. Kaya sana ba kung arog kayan?
Sige. Inasmuch as a motion was already made, duly seconded, and without objection, the same is approved on final reading.
Item number 7, Mr. Chairman. Letter dated September 6 from the City Mayor requesting for passage of an ordinance reverting to unappropriated balance the amount of 2,02,120 pesos from the continuing appropriation for the Naga City Abattoir and appropriating the same to the same office. The disposition, Mr. Chairman, is that the committee took note of the matter, knowing that we earlier made a position not to revert. Okay? Item number 8. Item number 8.
Before item number 8, there is here under item number 2 of the facts and findings a manifestation that NCA is now officially a AA slaughterhouse.
Yes.
The information that reached me is that that determination is only provisional in nature. Provisional. The determination is only up to December, subject to further review. And what will be reviewed will be with respect to other items that should be complied within the remaining period. And that includes roofing, the flooring, etc. Okay. Please proceed, Councilor Abunal.
Item number 8, Mr. Chairman, is a letter dated September 22 from the City Mayor requesting for the passage of an ordinance reverting to unappropriated balance the amount of 1,469,984 pesos and 66 centavos from salaries and wages of various offices and appropriating the same for the wages and benefits of the personnel of the different offices who are due for appointment as casuals. The disposition, Mr. Chairman. On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the presence of the City Human Resource Management Officer in the next regular session of the Sangguniang Panlungsod to be able to clarify all these movements, Mr. Chairman. So moved.
Any second? Same is approved. The Secretary is so instructed.
Okay. Number 9, Mr. Chairman, is a letter dated August 24 from Honorable Joselito del Rosario requesting to include the purchase of 4 new public safety office vehicles in the purchase of service vehicles of the Sangguniang Panlunsod. The disposition is that the matter is moot and academic. Because there is, as reported, already provision for the same.
Okay. So this item is moot and academic?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That ends the report, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to call everybody's attention to facts and figure findings number 1 of the matter number 6 matter, Mr. Chairman.
Number 6.
Okay, that's the one. Mr. Mendoza informed the body that the balance of the 2016 surplus as of September 28, meaning including all those that we put in today, is 13,703 and 91 centavos. So the figure is no longer in millions, but only in thousands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonel. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Mila Isdrakid Arroyo, co-authored by Honorable City Youth Councilor Jonel J. Paredes, further strengthening transparency and people participation in governance in the city by establishing the processes and procedures that shall govern the preparation and approval of the annual budget and other appropriation ordinances of the city government and of the barangays within its territorial jurisdiction to ensure that public expenditure truly responds to the needs and aspirations of the people and for other purposes.
Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The matter has already undergone consultation and review under the Committee on Laws and Ordinances. The sectors requested to comment. Some of them have submitted comments and have already been incorporated as shown in the underlined portion of this final draft incorporating the recommendations. Basically, Mr. Chair, it only institutionalized and strengthened what we have already been doing in the city, but making sure that this process will really institutionalize the participatory mechanism in our budget. Basically, ang essence po kang ordinance is ang mga budget coming from the different departments concerning certain sectors of our community, maagi po siya sa consultation even before they are submitted to the City Budget Officer for consolidation. The NCPC, the Naga City People's Council, will take the lead role in convening the consultations where the different departments will present their proposed budget. So, ang department po, sa itong mga departments will prepare the budget in accordance with our AIP. The budget will be presented to the sectors affected by the budget, and then the sector will express their comments and hopefully support to the proposal presented by the departments. After the consultation have been undertaken, then they will be submitted to the City Budget Officer for consolidation, and they will be submitted to the Sanggunian. The budget, both proposed and final, will of course be posted in 2 conspicuous places in the city for the barangay budget, in 2 conspicuous places in the barangay, undergoing the same process. One of the comments, Mr. Chair, during the consultation was, what if the NCPC does not submit the certification? So that the hands of the city government will not be unduly tied, the City Planning and Development Office will submit the certification that consultations have been undertaken if the NCPC cannot submit such certification. But it's important that the consultations have been undertaken, and it will now be the CPDO who will certify that such consultations have been conducted. Also, Mr. Chair, one additional as underlined, if you can just go to section 12. The NCPC is under this ordinance expected to come up with a program that will enable it to perform its functions under this ordinance. And NCPC under ordinance number 98-095. Ano to si 95-092 is actually mandated towards this end, but there's no program submitted to the city government. So under this ordinance, they will submit a program that will show that they will be able to perform their functions under this ordinance. But of course, that would need no approval from our end because NCPC being an independent body. In order that it may be able to truly perform its function as partner of the city government in terms of engaging the constituents in governance process. So here, I believe we would really be able to institutionalize the participatory process in our budget process. That's why the ordinance, Mr. Chair, is called a People's Budget Ordinance.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Miles Rakid Arroyo. But if the Honorable Councilor would give us 1 week to study this proposed ordinance, to calendar this on the next session, and the Secretariat to furnish us a copy of the proposed ordinance.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that would be fine.
Okay. Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, the Budget Office is already in the process of consolidating the budget requests following the old system. If approved, will this be applicable already to the 2018 budget process? May we know?
Councilor Abonal. I mean Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Your response, please.
There are portions, Mr. Chair, that can already be implemented. There are portions that we cannot anymore implement, considering that the timeline for doing certain things have already lapsed. So it will be, for the most part, in the 2019 budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In other words, the application of this ordinance is prospective. Okay. Any other comment? If none, the Secretary is instructed to calendar this for our next regular session. Next item.
The application of Maranao Guild for Sodality Incorporated for accreditation.
The Honorable Julian Labadia Jr. as Chairman of the Committee on Empowerment and Accreditation.
Mr. Chairman, upon verification of the submitted documents by the Marawi Group, it is already complete. So maybe I can move on joining collective motion of the members of the committee to approve the said accreditation, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Rosilito del Rosario.
Before the approval, Mr. Chair, may I know what are the lacking documents? And are those documents already submitted? And does it satisfy the requirement of the city when it comes to accreditation of people's organization?
Okay. The Honorable Julian Labadia Jr. will respond to your question.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, the only lacking was the 1 year prescribed period, but they already submitted it.
So the proof of existence for at least 1 year prior to the application.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What document was submitted as proof of such existence?
It's all here, Mr. Chairman. And if the Honorable Salvador del Castillo is already convinced, Mr. Chairman, we will approve this now. Or if not, we will just calendar it in the next regular session.
Maybe, Mr. Chair, we can just calendar it on the next regular session.
Okay, next regular
Okay.
session. Thank you.
Based on the application, the organization was organized February 10, 2017, and it was registered on April 19, 2017. So definitely it's the 1-year period. But I heard that proof was submitted to show that the organization was already existing even before the dates mentioned. So what is this?
Mr. Chairman, based on the agreement, we will calendar this in the next regular session. So everything will be presented on the next regular session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Mr. Chair, under our accreditation ordinance, proof of existence does not necessarily mean the registration.
That's correct.
For as long as they are registered, proof of existence could be through submission of the activities undertaken and proof of undertaking such activities.
That is why. So were this already submitted to us? The Secretary? The Secretary?
The documents we have, Mr. Chair, is the same as the first time that this matter was referred.
In other words, there are no new submission. There are no new documents submitted to us to prove the existence of the association.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Johan De La Rosa is the Executive Director of the Naga City People's Council. And he is very much reliable when it comes to these particular issues we are talking about. So he told us yesterday and the other day and during the committee hearing that everything is already submitted and in order. But if there is any discussion on this, maybe we can calendar in the next regular session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, there's no use to calendar this.
That's correct.
For the next session.
In the absence of any new submitted documents. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Mr. Chair, may we know who prepared the transmittal? Because the transmittal, proof of existence and operation for at least 1 year is checked. So may we know who prepared the transmittal?
The Secretary?
The checking, Mr. Chair, is for purposes of compliance of the requirements. It does not mean that the check would mean that the applicant complied with the requirement.
Okay. 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 So we will calendar this once we receive the needed proof of existence for at least 1 year. Okay. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal amending Section 26B, Article 3, Title 3 of Ordinance Number 2015-012, known as the Education Code of Naga City.
The Honorable Gregorio Abunal.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed amendment is in response to the long-time request of the Philippine National Red Cross for remittance of the contribution, Philippine Red Cross contribution of students covered by the Queen program. The as indicated very briefly and direct to the point, the 2015 Education Code provides for Queen program which pays for 35 pesos for every Queen beneficiary payable to the National Red Cross. However, Mr. Chairman, the December 14, 2016 issuance of DepEd already indicated not 35 but 60 pesos. That's why we have paid only equivalent to 35 pesos. Ngayon, they're asking for the difference. Hence, this proposed amendment so that the Section 26B, Article 3, Title 3, that should be Title 3 of Ordinance 2015-012, known as the Education Code of Naga City, is hereby amended to now read B, Philippine National Red Cross fee, and it is now 60 pesos. Effective this school year. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, we are now approving this on final reading. Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Next item.
New business, the letter dated September 25 of the City Mayor requesting for a resolution authorizing the purchase of service vehicle for Early Childhood Care and Development Division.
We refer this to the Committee on This will require an appropriation. So, Committee on Appropriations. Next item.
The unsigned letter dated January 8, 2016 of certain band directors proposing for the city to sponsor a marching band and majorette street parade competition along the route of the parade culminating at Plaza Quezon, and proposing that the city appropriate a token but attractive amount of prizes and also for administrative expenses relative to the conduct of the competition.
We refer this to the Committee on Culture and the Arts. Culture and Arts, headed by Councilor Ranyola. Next item.
The letter dated September 25, 2017 of the City Budget Officer submitting the proposed terms and conditions for the lease of the coffee shop at GMR Museum.
Where do we refer this? To the Committee on Ways and Means? Okay. Next item. Ways and Means.
The endorsement from the Trimobile Task Force.
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated September 18 of Ms. Helena Habulan, Executive Director, Municipal Development Fund Office, Department of Finance, informing that the city can avail of a pure loan project financing to local government units.
APRO.
The endorsement from the City Budget Officer forwarding the supplemental budget of Barangay Lerma involving the amount of 286,000.
Also, Committee on Appropriations.
The letter dated September 22 of Ms. Madeline Lo, ISEF.
We are referring this to the Committee on Housing and Settlement.
Housing. The letter dated September...
I mean, land use. Land use.
The letter dated September 22 of Ms. Maria Angelita Sales, Director, 5 DBM, informing that supplemental budget number 1 of the city involving the amount of 202,315,097 pesos and 44 centavos under various appropriation ordinances shows substantial compliance with the same.
Committee on Appropriations. In the light of the certain observations referred to. Next item.
The endorsement from the Budget Office endorsing the supplemental budget of Barangay Pacol.
Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement from the Budget Office endorsing the supplemental budget.
Also, Committee on Appropriations. Next item.
Other matters, letter dated September 25 of Engineer Richard Agrario, OIC District Engineer, 2nd Engineering District, submitting the status report of various infra projects for the month of September 2017.
Noted.
The letter dated September 20.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
I was actually calling attention even before other matters.
In so far as what item?
Mr. Chairman, this may be out of order because it's not in the calendar, but it occurred to me that there is an item here referred in fact to the Ways and Means Committee to determine the rental rates or something of the coffee shop at JMR Museum.
Are you referring to item?
That one, Mr. Chairman. It just reminded me, Mr. Chairman, that up to now we have had no definitive action on the yung
Connecting
Chamber
Bridge.
Chamber of Commerce at JMR Coliseum. And yet they have been there for a long time.
Yeah. Okay.
What action is to be taken, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you for reminding us. Yesterday, I had a meeting, among others, with Mr. Hill de la Torre to check on all pending matters. We're going to finalize it after this session for certain proposed legislative measures or other concerns which need to be acted upon. And we will bring this to the attention of this body during our next regular session. And that may probably include the matter that you have mentioned. Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
In connection with the observation of the Honorable Abunal, we have a pending directive to Mr. Mungoso, the city administrator, I believe the city treasurer, in the city assessor, to come up with an amount to be imposed as rental rate for the use of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry at the JMR Coliseum. But I believe up to now, they have not yet submitted the recommendation so that we could act accordingly.
Okay.
So just a reminder siguro, Mr. Chair, naman sa PIGTAS kan Sanggunian to submit what is required.
Okay. In connection with your manifestation, the Secretary is instructed to send a follow-up letter, not only with respect to this matter, but also those other items pending before the appropriate offices of the executive branch, which they have to act upon so that we can also subsequently perform our function. Okay. Again, Councilor Greg Abunal.
Still related to the JMR property, Mr. Chairman, may we request the Secretary to check the minutes? Because if I remember right, we issued a stop order to stop construction or any action in that place. Pero na-occupy nga ni. Siguro nagpundong trabaho, pero linog mangira-raise property. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The Secretary is given the corresponding instruction. Any other matter before we proceed to item E? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
On the issue, Mr. Chairman, of the letter of the Department of Finance on Municipal Development Fund Office, this was referred to the Committee on Appropriation. Maybe, Mr. Chairman, there are three important sections here on the type of possible loan. Itong sa equipment, infrastructure, and then the solid waste and the water supply management system. Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can also not only for the Committee on Appropriation, but on the other committee that we can look into, Mr. Chairman. Bibihira, Mr. Chairman, mataunan ng pagkakataon na nag-request pa na pautangong ka. Though makwarta ang naga, pero hababaon, Mr. Chairman, ang interest rate. So I suggest that this item will also be referred to other committees like the Environment and Energy and also the Committee on Infra, Mr. Chairman.
Can we have the hearing thereon jointly? Okay. So, with the Committee on Appropriations as the lead committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, that item is referred to the Committee on Appropriations, Infra, what else? Environment. Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Well, I I think, Mr. Chair, I don't really see the need to refer it to the Committee on Appropriations because it's actually not appropriation. It's a decision whether to borrow or not. I think we should ask pertinent offices, like for example for environment, what are the projects that are urgent that we cannot fund using our own funds? And I believe the CPDO would even know that in our AIP. In our AIP, which projects are identified as to be funded from national government or outside sources? I think that's the right course to do, because this is a decision whether we will obtain a loan or not. Now, if we have to obtain a loan, what are the priorities that we have to do which cannot be funded by our own funds? I think that's the decision. I think the CPDO should be made to present to us these projects, so that if we consider them really priority and they cannot be taken on by our own funds, then the decision will have to be made by us. That's the decision that the Sangguniang will have to make, whether to borrow or not to borrow.
Thank you, Councilor Akid Arroyo. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we take up this matter either on the Oversight Committee or a special session, and to invite those department needed for budget, Mr. Chair, like the CPDO, CEO, the Office of Engineer Martin, and other offices, Mr. Chair.
Can we first discuss this among ourselves before we make a decision? If that is all right. So we are canceling, we are withdrawing our previous referral. Okay? We discuss it first among ourselves. Okay. Next item.
Number 2, of other matters, the letter dated September 20 of Engineer Nelson Lala, Subcasureco 2, requesting that the order and notice of public hearing.
Noted, this is a mere administrative matter.
The letter dated September 20 of Mr. Resita Borile, State Auditor 5.
Also noted.
Number 4, copy of the excerpts from the minutes of the Emergency Board of Directors meeting of St. James Homeowners.
Also noted.
Nominal voting.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the nominal voting, Mr. Chair, may I request reconsideration of the order of business by including the reversion of donation to IKES in the amount of 405,000 pesos for the fourth quarter allocation, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Another, Mr. Chair.
The approval is only insofar as reconsideration of our order of business.
May I move again, Mr. Chair, for the approval of the reversion ordinance.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Another, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of our senior citizens counterpart, being the chairman on rules, it is my duty to remind the proper attire during the regular session. For the men, it is barong or coat with tie. The barong should be long barong. And for the ladies, it must be business attire. So please be guided, Mr.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario?
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, last, I think two sessions ago, the mayor requested us for a categorical decision as far as the eastbound terminal. Probably we can include this next session, Mr. Chair.
And if that is the case, can somebody please prepare the proposed resolution? Councilor Baldimoro?
Maybe, Mr. Chair, instead of the resolution, could we request again from the executive to present the revised proposal for the eastbound terminal?
We have already communicated that to the executive branch when we had a meeting at the mayor's office. Okay. So with that, on nominal voting, Councilor Ballimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Motion to adjourn, Mr.
Session is now adjourned. We are adjourning at 3 o'clock in 25 minutes.
para sa buhay, sa pagkabuo, sa kabuuhan, sa pamamagitan ng bawat